Chapter 140. Damn! Why is this guy's mastery of the way of the sword so high? The fluency in switching sword techniques is definitely the first I've seen in my life. Yang Renlong gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. This World Hero Conference was his stage. It was the best opportunity for him to become the Crown Prince. How could he allow a nameless person to disrupt it? Diyu's face was hideous and began to use all his strength. His strength was extremely horrifying. Zhou Xuanji began to receive his attacks easily, but his arms were a little numb. This guy is a pure body cultivator? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Diyu and thought in surprise. He felt that he was facing a demon with a powerful body and not a human. As for Yang Renlong, his spells were exquisite and endless. Fortunately, his Phoenix Emperor sword was more powerful. Yang Renlong suddenly distanced himself from him. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger toward the sky. He quickly drew a circle, and a purple halo appeared above his head. "Wind assist me!" Yang Renlong cried out. His voice reverberated under the sea of clouds. A violent gale came and surged into the purple halo. Next, he swung his right hand toward Zhou Xuanji. The purple halo turned around and faced Zhou Xuanji vertically. The violent gale surged in from behind and turned into countless wind blades that shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Diyu maintained his golden Buddha form and kept Zhou Xuanji busy, making it impossible for him to dodge. Ding! 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 The wind blades landed on Diyu's body, but it was as though they had collided with a diamond. A clear metallic sound could be heard. Zhou Xuanji entered golden invincibility as well. The Phoenix Emperor sword blocked most of the wind blades while he blocked the rest with his body. Golden invincibility. Diyu opened his eyes wide in astonishment. This sword cultivator was also a great accomplishment in body cultivation. Not only him, but all the spectators were stunned. In their eyes, even though Zhou Xuanji was not as dazzling as Diyu, he still looked like a golden man. Could it be that this guy knew a Buddhist golden body energy technique? Golden invincibility, great accomplishment in body cultivation. Yang Xindi's eyes brightened as he mumbled to himself. Admiration could be seen in his eyes. He asked, "How is this person compared to Great Zhou's sword god Zhou and the sword monarch?" The general was stunned and said hesitantly, "In terms of sword techniques, he might be more powerful, but he might be weaker." They did not associate Zhou Xuanji with sword god Zhou. It was said that sword god Zhou had a handsome appearance and could control a dozen legendary swords. His god emperor sword was even more famous. This Phoenix sword emperor looked ordinary, and he used a sword that could form phoenixes. He was very different from sword god Zhou. "Your Majesty, you want to rope him in?" the general asked curiously. Yang Xindi nodded. He said with a faint smile, "I don't have such a personal swordsman by my side." The sword was the king of all weapons. Since ancient times, the weapons of emperors were mostly swords. Yang Xindi was no exception. He felt that Zhou Xuanji's sword technique was quite good, and he was a little moved. Even the Emperor of Great Shang was impressed by Zhou Xuanji's sword technique, let alone the other spectators. What a beautiful sword technique! This person is definitely a grandmaster of the sword Dao. Such sword techniques are ever-changing. Phoenix Sword Emperor? Is our Great Shang finally going to have an expert in the way of the sword? Could he be sword god Zhou? Didn't Lin Guanyu come to find sword god Zhou not long ago? Are you stupid? How can sword god Zhou use so few swords? If sword god Zhou is here, what's the point of playing? He can't be. The people discussed among themselves, and they could not help but mention the sword cultivator who was in the limelight recently, sword god Zhou. Zhou Xuanji did not know about their discussion. He was focused on the battle, thinking about how to defeat Yang Renlong and Diyu. These two were more powerful than Chongming Demon Monarch. They were probably the most powerful beings in the astral projection stage. In Great Shang, he did not want to use the God Emperor sword. After the thought, he leaped up and distanced himself from Du. He quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Du and Yang Renlong looked up with vigilance. This sword technique is called Heavenly Lights. I, the Sword Emperor, created it myself. I will show it to you. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and the earth. The sword techniques in the Supreme Legendary Sword System were all created by him, and no one in the world knew them. No one could refute his claim that he created them. Countless people held their breaths and focused. Among the crowd, the cultivators who teamed up with Zhou Xuanji were all excited. They remembered how powerful the heavenly lights were. Even Chongming Demon Monarch, who was in the inn, poked his head out of the window. With a sword in my hand, it's like there's no sword. With a sword in my heart, everything is a sword. The sword in my eyes is the 5 lakes and 4 oceans, the earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. Zhou Xuanji's voice came again. His tone was impassioned, which made everyone's blood boil. Du and Yang Renlong became anxious. Could it be some ultimate sword technique? On Qingsong Mountain, all the participants opened their eyes wide, waiting for Zhou Xuanji's sword. They saw the sword qi transform into the heavenly lights and descend like a torrent, piercing through the sea of clouds and sweeping up waves of strong gales. The heavenly lights were extremely fast. Du's expression changed drastically. He instinctively raised his arms to block. Boom! The heavenly lights smashed Du down the mountain, into the dense fog. It was extremely domineering. Yang Renlong opened his eyes wide and turned around to dodge instinctively. Another stars of the sun, moon, and moon descended, blasting the mountain. Countless trees collapsed, and the entire Qingsong Mountain began to shake violently. Such a powerful sword qi, Yang Renlong's expression changed drastically. Cold sweat covered his forehead. He suddenly sensed danger. The entire Chaoga royal city was in an uproar. Such a powerful sword technique. It's like the might of heaven. It's really the heavenly lights. With a sword in your heart, everything is a sword. Such a high level of attainment, I want to learn the sword too. Phoenix Sword Emperor. He's so powerful. I want to be his disciple. The people discussed excitedly, and even the monsters lurking in the crowd were impressed. In the floating tower. I must have him. Yang Xindi said excitedly. The general beside him was equally excited. This person's sword technique can be ranked in the top 5 in the world. It was easy to learn a sword technique, but difficult to create one. This move, Heavenly Lights, was obviously a peerless sword technique. If such a talent was recruited, how many powerful cultivators in the sword's way could he nurture for Great Shang? On Qingsong Mountain. Su Xianxian was also extremely excited. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be more powerful than Du and Yang Renlong. If this continued, could he really win? Boom! Qingsong Mountain shook again. A horrifying aura exploded, shaking all the trees on the mountain. Strands of golden radiance broke through the dense fog like the Buddha's light. Phoenix Sword Emperor, right? I, Du, acknowledge you as the Sword Emperor. Your sword technique is indeed powerful. I have not acknowledged many people in my life, and you are the 4th. But if you want to defeat me, you have to be even more powerful. Du's voice came from below. It was majestic and mighty. Next, he leaped up like a golden Buddha and soared into the sky. At this moment, a beam of cold light swooped down. Sky-sundering Emperor Sword. Ranged sword propelling. Pft! Du's chest was pierced by the sky-sundering Emperor Sword. Blood splattered, and his expression changed. He was in disbelief. It's late at night. Asking for monthly votes. 500 monthly votes plus 1 update. Chapter 141. This 100ly flying sword could pierce through the chest. Even Du's golden Buddha body couldn't withstand it and was like a piece of paper. Everyone, including Du and Yang Renlong, were dumbfounded by what they saw. The sky-sundering Emperor sword quickly flew into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji landed slowly with the Phoenix Emperor sword in his hand. As for the sky-sundering Emperor sword, it was already stored in the supreme storage. Although the sky-sundering Emperor sword was not as famous as the God Emperor sword, it was better to be cautious. What if he met a fan? You still think you can win? Zhou Xuanji asked condescendingly. His face was calm and composed, which was a stark contrast to Du's horrified expression. Du reached out to touch his chest. The sharp pain told him that all of this was real. Once his golden body was broken, his qi and blood were in a mess, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Even if he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to win. Rather than struggling at death's door, which would be even more humiliating, he might as well give up now. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist at Zhou Xuanji. I, Du, admit defeat. With that, he turned around and flew to the edge of the spell formation, shouting, I admit defeat. Whoosh! The entire royal city was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji had only appeared for a short while, and he had already defeated Du. This prince was the grand disciple of the Fury Buddha. The Di clan and Yang clan were both descendants of the royal bloodline of Great Shang. In the beginning, it was the Di clan, and later on, it was the Yang clan. The connection between them was extremely deep, and could be traced back thousands of years. Yang Xindi waved his hand and moved Du to his side. When Du saw Yang Xindi, he couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Yang Xindi had high hopes for him, but in the end, he did not even make it into the top 10. It was really shameful. Looking at Green Pine Mountain, there were at least 500 participants. Yang Xindi nodded to him and praised, you didn't lose your poise. Not bad. Du was very powerful. Among those of the same age in the northern wilderness region, he was considered one of the top existences. Today, he had already displayed his prowess. Du looked at Yang Xindi in surprise. This was completely different from the usual strict emperor of the Great Shang dynasty. He noticed that Yang Xindi's expression was not right. Why were they looking at Zhou Xuanji so passionately? The general beside him said, Your Majesty, our Great Shang has a top sword technique? Yang Xindi muttered, There are, but are there any sword techniques that are comparable to the heavenly lights? Du instantly understood. No wonder Yang Xindi didn't blame him. So he wanted to rope in the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji looked at Yang Renlong with his sword in hand. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Northern Wilderness Twin Dragons, please enlighten me. The Phoenix Emperor sword had consumed quite a bit of his spirit energy, and he would only be able to unleash 3 more heavenly lights at most before his spirit energy would be completely exhausted. Yang Renlong took a deep breath and said, Why don't we deal with the others first before we fight? Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I don't like to attack the weak. Why don't you do it? Yang Renlong had fought with Du for too long and had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He needed time to recover. He immediately nodded and rushed down. Zhou Xuanji landed on the top of the mountain and began to meditate and wait. Inside the floating pavilion, Yang Xindi shook his head and said, The human dragon is good in every way, except that he is too smart. Sometimes, his own cleverness can be his own downfall. To a certain extent, Yang Renlong was more suitable to be the emperor of Great Shang. However, in terms of appreciation, he liked Du more. Du didn't have many thoughts, and his heart was set on becoming stronger. Du curled his lip and said, what a schemer. If this continued and he lost to the Phoenix Sword Emperor, it would be a great humiliation. And so, Zhou Xuanji sat on the top of the mountain and looked down at the other mountains. Yang Renlong began to hunt down the participants below him. He did not move quickly, and it was obvious that he was dragging the battle on purpose. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was happy to see this. The sun set, and the moon rose. The number of participants on Qingsong Mountain decreased. By the second day, there were less than 100 people left. The remaining people were hiding and dared not to fight. Because they were no match for Yang Renlong. Su Xianxian hid under a tree too. She took a deep breath and tried her best to stay calm. She knew that she was not as powerful as Yang Renlong. If Yang Renlong found her, she would surely lose. Ta! At this moment, she heard the sound of feet landing on the ground above her head. She looked up and saw Yang Renlong standing on a branch, looking down at her coldly. Su Xianxuan's expression changed drastically. She quickly got up and prepared for battle. Yang Renlong smiled suddenly, "So it's Fairy Su. Then, I will not attack you. If I ascend the throne in the future, are you willing to be the Empress of Great Shang? Don't worry, little evil lord. No matter how powerful Haoqi Alliance is, they will not dare to fall out with Great Shang." Ha ha ha. After that, Yang Renlong left with a loud laugh. Su Xianxian was not surprised, but her face was cold. Her beauty was outstanding, and she was even known as the top beauty in Great Shang. But she was disgusted by this. Yang Renlong's attitude was obviously that she was a commodity. She tried to calm her emotions and looked toward the top of the mountain instinctively. She really hoped that Zhou Xuanji could defeat Yang Renlong. Of course, she did not have any special feelings for him. After all, she only cared about appearances. Time continued to pass. On the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji placed the Phoenix Emperor sword on his legs. After a night, his spirit energy had recovered. Although it was not at its peak, it was not too far off. He opened his eyes and mumbled, "Sorry, since you are so scheming, then I will not even let you enter the top 10. After that, he stood up straight away. "Yang Renlong, a night has passed, and you still have not gotten rid of the irrelevant people. Let's forget about it. This means that this is their serendipity. Come up. You and I will fight to determine the winner. Don't let the world laugh at us and say that we bully the weak." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the clouds. It was so domineering that many people cheered. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, Yang Renlong's demeanor was not as good as his. Yang Xindi praised, "This brat is quite courageous." He did not wait until the end. If he had waited any longer, Zhou Xuanji would have gotten into the top 2 no matter what. But he did not do so. First, it showed that he was confident. Second, it showed that he had his own principles. Of course, there were schemes hidden within. But overall, Yang Xindi still liked Zhou Xuanji. With proper nurturing, this person could become the second sword monarch of Great Zhou. He could even surpass the sword monarch in the future. Yang Xindi loved to compare himself with Great Zhou, and so did Emperor Yan of Zhou. Yang Renlong flew out from the clouds and reached the top of the mountain. His face was dark. What Zhou Xuanji said just now made him lose face. He did not know how to retort. "Let's do it." Zhou Xuanji raised the Phoenix Emperor sword and said calmly. Phoenix flames engulfed half of his body in an instant. Yang Renlong snorted coldly, "Let's do it." He raised his hands, and 9 golden dragons rose from his back. They roared continuously and stared at Zhou Xuanji. Great Shang's royal family's ultimate technique, 9 dragons facing the sky. Within Chaoga Royal City, someone cried out in shock, which caused quite a commotion. Yang Renlong pushed his hands toward Zhou Xuanji, and the 9 golden dragons behind him charged toward Zhou Xuanji swiftly. The 9 dragons flew together with great momentum. Chapter 142. 9 Dragon Soar was an ultimate technique of the royal family. Each golden dragon was hundreds of meters long and looked extremely majestic. Zhou Xuanji stood on the peak of the mountain and quickly activated the Soul Eater slash. 3 streams of demonic sword chi slashed forward like claws and tore one of the golden dragons into pieces. Shortly after, he leaped up and leaped over the heads of the 8 golden dragons. He pierced his sword toward Yang Renlong. Yang Renlong's eyes focused. He waved his right hand, and the purple halo appeared again. It absorbed the violent gale and turned it into wind blades that swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his sword quickly with his right hand and activated the Heavenly Lights sword technique. The sword chi transformed into a torrent with the sun and moon in front and the stars behind. It was no weaker than the golden dragons of 9 Dragon Soar. Boom! The Heavenly Lights crushed the countless wind blades with absolute dominance and were about to drown Yang Renlong. Yang Renlong's expression changed drastically. Why did he feel that Zhou Xuanji's sword chi was more powerful than yesterday? At this moment, the soft velvety sword appeared under Zhou Xuanji's feet. He stepped on the legendary sword and came up to Yang Renlong with the 8-step sword lunge. 6-path sword shadow, appear. He activated the Heavenly Lights together. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Renlong could not dodge in time and could only block with his arms instinctively. A loud bang resounded. The Heavenly Lights collided with Yang Renlong and exploded immediately. Countless people opened their eyes wide and looked at this scene. The powerful radiance from the explosion illuminated the entire world. Yang Xindi frowned slightly and was worried for Yang Renlong. Du was full of admiration. He did not expect the Phoenix Sword Emperor to have such a trump card. The powerful radiance dissipated. Before the shockwave from the explosion dissipated, Yang Renlong, who was covered in blood, fell down. He had already lost consciousness and was unconscious. If he fell like this, he would surely be severely injured. Yang Xindi sighed. He waved his right hand and pulled Yang Renlong out from the spell formation. Silence. Chaoga Royal City was silent. The people near Qingsong Mountain were all stunned, while those who were far away were waiting for the outcome. Who would win? Chongming Demon Monarch leaned on the windowsill and looked toward Qingsong Mountain. He swallowed his saliva, and his face was filled with shock. Too powerful, 8-step sword lunge, 6-path sword shadow, and Heavenly Lights. If it were him, he would have died on the spot. Too powerful. Simply invincible. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with the blade pointing downward. His white dragon golden robe fluttered loudly in the wind. The aura of a sword emperor was fully displayed, and countless people worshipped him. In this year's World Hero Conference, how about I take first place? Zhou Xuanji said, but he was sweating in his heart. Would the 6-path sword shadow body expose him? He was too anxious just now and had actually forgotten about this. However, this was Great Shang. It was impossible for all of Sword God Zhou's moves to be transmitted here. Zhou Xuanji returned to the summit and sat down. He did not chase after the participants below. Boom! Chaoga Imperial City was in an uproar. Too strong. Yang Renlong is no match for him. Sword Emperor. He really is a Sword Emperor. So a sword cultivator can be so graceful. I want to learn the sword. If the Phoenix Sword Emperor establishes a sect, I will definitely join. Awesome, he shot to fame in one battle. Yang Renlong's defeat is justified. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in Chaoga Imperial City, shaking heaven and earth. Countless humans and demons cheered for the Phoenix Sword Emperor. His demeanor was admirable. Yang Xindi's eyes were burning with passion. After the World Hero Conference, I will host a banquet for him personally, he said. The general asked curiously, if he rejects your Majesty's invitation, how will he be dealt with? Yang Xindi smiled, I will not force him, of course. As the emperor, he had seen countless heroes and never forced others to serve him. The general was impressed, and so was Du. As for Yang Renlong, he was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, unconscious. You guys compete among yourselves. A fair battle. I will wait for the last winner. Zhou Xuanji said, and his voice resounded across Qingsong Mountain. The participants heaved a sigh of relief. Below, in the foggy forest, the tiger demon hid in the bushes and touched his butt instinctively. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. After witnessing Zhou Xuanji's power, he suddenly felt that the wound on his butt was glorious. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he could have killed him in one slash, but he only made him fall down helplessly and gave him a chance. How could he not admire such magnanimity? Not only him, but the other humans and demons who were stabbed by the soft velvety sword turned their grief and indignation into excitement. The female cultivator was even more moved. Sir stabbed me there. Could it be? The female cultivator blushed and became bashful. She thought about how Zhou Xuanji searched her storage rings and storage bags, and she became even more shy. Her heart was filled with love. Maybe it was because Zhou Xuanji had ignited their blood, but the hidden participants rushed out from the dark and began fighting. In a four-story inn in Chaoga Royal City, a graceful figure stood before the window and looked at Qingsong Mountain. She was dressed in a purple dress with many strange patterns on it. Her face was covered with a purple veil, and her skin was fair. Her eyes were charming and cold, and there was a blood flower on her snow-white forehead. Her beautiful hair was coiled into a white jade hairpin. Interesting. This brat is only at Soul Fountain level 3, but he could defeat an astral projection cultivator so easily. That sword is not simple. She mumbled to herself and left after that. 6 hours later. Only 12 participants were left on Qingsong Mountain, including Zhou Xuanji and Su Xianxian. The truly powerful cultivators were already eliminated by Yang Renlong. The remaining cultivators were between Astral Infant level 5 and Astral Projection level 3. Finally, Su Xianxian was eliminated at the 6th place and was eliminated. As the saintess of the Hanin divine sect, Yang Xindi would not let her die here. Seeing that she was powerless to fight, he moved her out. Another hour and a half passed. Only 2 people were left on Qingsong Mountain. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the other person was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His black hair was loose, and he looked like a ferocious beast in human form. He flew to the top of the mountain and faced Zhou Xuanji in the air. They were about 10 meters apart. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and looked at the muscular man. The muscular man took a deep breath and bowed toward Zhou Xuanji. He turned around and flew to the edge of the spell formation. I admit defeat. He cried out loudly. Getting second place was already beyond his expectations. Zhou Xuanji's power intimidated him, and he did not dare to fight him at all. Boom! The entire city was in an uproar. The noise gathered together, as though it was going to overturn the sky. Everyone began to chant the name of the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Qingsong Mountain spell formation shattered, and Yang Xindi's laughter came, very good. Very exciting. Tonight, we will hold a banquet for all of you in the royal palace. The top 10 winners all smiled in excitement. Du flew up to Zhou Xuanji and cupped his fist, follow me. I will bring you into the royal palace, and we can get to know each other. He had a smile on his face, and there was no resentment for his defeat. He was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was a little excited in his heart. Thunder Core Grass, here he comes. Astral infant, wait for me. Under Du's lead, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Great Shang's royal palace. Yang Xindi had already teleported back, and the floating pavilions disappeared one after another. The World Hero Conference came to an end. The Phoenix Sword Emperor became famous after this battle. Chapter 143. Nighttime. Great Shang's royal palace was brightly lit. Yang Xindi sat on the throne, while Zhou Xuanji and the other 9 victors sat on the right. Great Shang's high officials and generals sat on the left. There were 3 rows of seats on each side, and hundreds of people were seated. Du and Yang Renlong were among them. This year's World Hero Conference has really produced a heroic figure. Phoenix Sword Emperor, you can be said to have become famous after this battle. After tonight, your name will spread throughout Great Shang. A black-robed old man held a wine cup and said with a smile. He looked amiable and had white hair. He was Great Shang's state teacher, Yang Zhongtian. Yang Zhongtian was an ancient goat that cultivated into a demon. He had lived for 10,000 years and had unfathomable power. It was said that he was not weaker than Great Shang's Fury Buddha. No one knew his true power because he held great authority and never fought personally. Yang Zhongtian looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled. I propose a toast to you on behalf of Great Shang. To another hero in Great Shang. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The state teacher's words carried a lot of weight. Looking at Yang Xindi, he was not enraged at all and still maintained his smile. Zhou Xuanji looked calm. He stood up with his wine cup and said, State teacher, you are too kind. Great Shang is a land of heroes. The emperor's name shakes the entire northern wilderness region, and the country is peaceful and peaceful. To Great Shang, I'm too insignificant. Today's victory is all thanks to you guys. Bastard. Trying to kill me with flattery? No way. Yang Xindi heard him and burst out laughing while slapping his thigh. Yang Renlong frowned slightly. He could tell Yang Xindi's attitude toward Zhou Xuanji. Yang Zhongtian stroked his long beard and said with a smile, Phoenix Sword Emperor really knows how to talk. Great Shang still needs your help in the future. After that, he waved his right hand. Following that, soldiers walked up with porcelain trays in their hands. Each plate had a storage ring on it. The storage rings from the 1st to the 10th were all different. The other 9 victors stood up with excitement on their faces. Yang Xindi smiled. The 10,000-year thunder core grass is an ultimate treasure, especially for physical cultivators. Zhou Xuanji's body was indestructible, which meant that he was quite talented in physical cultivation. He was curious about how powerful a sword cultivator with such a powerful body was. Zhou Xuanji took over his storage ring and scanned it with his mind. Indeed, he saw 3 10,000-year thunder core grass. Other than that, there was a pile of level 4 spirit stones, some enchanted artifacts, and energy technique scrolls. All in all, it was a bountiful harvest. But Zhou Xuanji's focus was on the thunder. The others took their storage rings too. Yang Zhongtian smiled and said, Tomorrow, everyone can meet the various sections. As long as you want to go, you can directly join. Of course, you can also become an official or join the army. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not look excited. To be able to get into the top 10, who would be alone? Yang Xindi raised his cup and smiled. Let's drink first. After a big battle, we must enjoy ourselves to the fullest. He knew what everyone was, so he changed, and said. And he, and said, and could. Yang said. Yang was. Yang God. Zhou, and. Following that, the hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Yang. Yang Xindi, as was the winner. Yang. As the final winner, Zhou Xuanji was the one who drank the most. Looking at the people surrounding him, Zhou Xuanji sighed. I'll fight you. Let's see who will walk out lying down. Finally, he collapsed at the table. Yang Xindi looked at Zhou Xuanji's drunk figure and smiled. As the emperor of Great Shang, no one dared to make him drink. Sunlight shone in from the window. Zhou Xuanji felt a splitting headache. His consciousness gradually awakened, and his eyes slowly opened. When he was fully awake, he sat up on the bed. He held his head in his hands and tried to recall his memories. He looked up and realized that he was in a spacious and luxurious palace. The storage ring he got from the World Hero Conference was still on his right index finger. He heaved a long sigh. Damn! I got drunk again. Zhou Xuanji was terrified. Fortunately, no one found out his true identity, or else he would have died here. But at that moment, he had to drink. He shook his head and tidied his clothes. At this moment, a person walked in with a loud laugh. It was Yang Xindi. Ha ha ha. Zhou Menglang, you're finally awake. Yang Xindi walked over quickly with Yang Zhongtian behind him. Zhou Xuanji immediately cupped his fist and bowed. He did not kneel, which showed his attitude. In the cultivation world, one did not need to kneel before the emperor. Of course, if the emperor wanted you to kneel and you refused, there would only be one outcome. No need to be so polite. Yang Xindi walked to the table and sat down. Yang Zhongtian stood behind him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. There might be trouble coming. He walked up and asked, Your Majesty, please excuse me. Yang Xindi waved his hand and said with a smile, The others are still drunk. You woke up early. To this, Zhou Xuanji could only maintain an awkward but polite smile. I want to recruit you as my personal guard, a second-rank official. What do you think? Yang Xindi said straightforwardly. A second-rank personal guard was unprecedented in Great Shang. Even in other empires, there was no personal guard with such a high status. Yang Zhongtian stroked his long beard and smiled. In the future, the Great Shang Merchant Guild will establish the royal family sword sect. By then, Brother Zhou can be a sword master and teach the royal family's disciples. To teach the royal family's disciples. In the future, when the empires change, Zhou Xuanji would be the emperor's teacher. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He did not expect Yang Xindi to be so generous. But he did not want to stay in Great Shang. This was really troublesome. Yang Xindi valued him so much, how could he reject? Once he rejected, could he walk out of Chaoga Royal City? Zhou Xuanji was silent. Yang Xindi poured tea for himself. As he swirled the teacup, he said casually, Zhou Menglang? Such a good name. The same surname as Sword God Zhou. Not long ago, Lin Guanyu came to look for Sword God Zhou. Tell me, is there such a coincidence in the world? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and was ready for battle. Yang Zhongtian continued, Great Zhou put a bounty on Sword God Zhou's head, but Great Shang will not do that. Instead, we will nurture you. That's right. I admire you. Join Great Shang. Yang Xindi stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and said solemnly. He really admired Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. All he could think of was how to reject. Could he live a carefree life in Great Shang? Boom! At this moment, a world-shaking explosion came from outside the palace. Yang Xindi and Yang Zhongtian turned around instinctively. Ha ha ha. Yang Xindi. I'm also very interested in the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Hand him over, or else I will flatten Chaoga Royal City. A cold and dignified female voice resounded, and her words revealed a domineering aura that looked down upon the world. It was as though Chaoga Royal City was nothing. Yang Xindi's expression changed drastically. Why is she here? He cried out. This chapter was about correcting the previous chapter that was wrong, so that everyone would not spend too much money. I'll just take it that I added yesterday and did not update today. The 5th chapter. Boo-hoo. Please forgive me. Chapter 144. She wants me? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. That voice was extremely unfamiliar to him. He had never heard it before. The other party's interest might not be a good thing. Could it be sent by Lin Guanyu? Zhou Xuanji became anxious immediately. The other party sounded very powerful. Looking at Yang Xindi and Yang Zhongtian's expressions, he understood that one disaster after another was coming. It was really a disaster. Yang Xindi got up and said with a deep voice, "Stay here. She is the top evil cultivator. She kills people like flies and massacred countless cities. If you are caught by her, you will die for sure." After that, he left with Yang Zhongtian. The top evil cultivator? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This title sounded very powerful. In the northern wilderness region, the righteous did not suppress the evil cultivators. Xinhao sect stood against Great Zhou, while Great Shang befriended Haoqi alliance. This showed how deeply rooted the evil cultivators were. But Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance were not the top evil cultivators. Zhou Xuanji did not know who was the top evil cultivator. He had to ask Daoya old man after he returned. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from outside. The palace that Zhou Xuanji was in was shaking too. A horrifying demonic aura swept across Chaoga royal city. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He was not so nervous even when he faced Lin Guanyu back then. That woman was really powerful. He walked to the window carefully and looked out. Demonic qi enveloped the royal palace like a black tornado. Countless Great Shang's royal soldiers levitated in the air, ready for battle. There seemed to be a world-destroying demon hidden in the demonic qi. Its figure alone was intimidating. Yang Xindi stood on the high wall and shouted, "Xian Xianghua, Great Shang, and you have minded our own business. Are you not going to give Great Shang face?" Xian Xianghua. This name sounded nice. But looking at the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji shuddered. What is Great Shang? I want the Phoenix Sword Emperor. If you don't give it to me, I will bury Great Shang in your hands. Xian Xianghua's voice came from within the demonic qi. It was still full of disdain. Amitba. Sect Lord Xian is too domineering. This is not the time for Tanhua sect to wreak havoc. A solemn voice came. A name appeared in Zhou Xuanji's mind immediately. The Fury Buddha of Great Shang. Rays of golden light came from the back of the palace he was in, resisting the devil qi. This is a fight between immortals. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He immediately activated the qi obscuring incantation and prepared to escape. Anyway, the Thunder Heart grass was already in his hands, so he didn't care about the Great Shang. Perhaps Great Shang would only be safe if he left. With that thought, he turned to the window in the other direction and jumped out. Zhou Xuanji took many turns in the palace complex. Fury Buddha, it seems like you've really become arrogant. Back then, when I was invincible, you were just a little monk. Xian Xianghua's voice sounded out again, and her arrogance made Zhou Xuanji even more nervous. Old witch. Even the Fury Buddha of Great Shang was a little brother in front of her. Zhou Xuanji fled even faster. He turned around and looked at the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. It was 1,000 feet tall, golden, and extraordinary. What a golden Buddha! Zhou Xuanji inwardly marveled and quickly left the palace. He did not forget about Chongming Demon Monarch. Now, the entire Chaoga imperial city was in chaos. He noticed that there were many ruins in the imperial city, which were probably caused by Xian Xianghua. Soon, Zhou Xuanji found Chongming Demon Monarch. The demon and human looked at each other. Without a word, they dashed toward the city gate. They did not fly so as not to expose themselves. Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and looked back occasionally. The negotiation between the Fury Buddha and Xian Xianghua had already broken down. The old demonic woman was really stubborn. She fought without hesitation. Countless great Shang royal soldiers surrounded the billowing demonic qi. It felt like the heavenly soldiers were fighting demons. I'm confused. It's not enough for you to offend Great Zhou and Baba Blade Master. You even dare to offend this old demon? Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but complain. He sounded a little exasperated. When he heard that Xian Xianghua was looking for Zhou Xuanji, he almost peed in his pants. As a great demon who had lived for thousands of years, he knew what the name Xian Xianghua represented. It represented massacre. It represented brutality. He shuddered at the thought of those horrifying legends. Zhou Xuanji said dispiritedly, I did not offend her. This is the first time I've heard of her name. Could it be because of the World Hero Conference that she was subdued by me? Chongming Demon Monarch snorted and did not continue the conversation. Zhou Xuanji sprinted along the street and suddenly saw Su Xianxian. She was standing in front of an inn, with a dozen female cultivators behind her. Su Xianxian was stunned when she saw Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji politely nodded at her before he continued to run. Not long later, Chongming Demon Monarch dashed out of the city gate. One had to admit that the royal city was really strict. Even so, the city guards were still guarding the city. They did not stop people from running out, but they did not allow anyone to enter. After dashing into the forest, Chongming Demon Monarch sprinted ahead at full speed. Even though he was 1,000 miles away, he could still hear the rumbling from Chaoga Royal City, which shocked him in his heart. There was always someone more powerful than you out there. He used to think that the Sword Monarch was the heavens. But now, the Sword Monarch was nothing compared to Great Shang's Fury Buddha and Xian Xianghua. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji could not hear anything from Chaoga Royal City at all. He did not let his guard down and asked Chongming Demon Monarch to escape at full speed. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and continued forward. They galloped wildly on the grassy plain. Chongming Demon Monarch's speed was very fast. He would probably be able to leave Great Shang in another day. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying saber chi swept over from the front, splitting the grassland and raising 2 rows of dust dozens of feet high. It was unstoppable, like a dust storm. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. Before he could give the order, Chongming Demon Monarch quickly dodged. Damn it! Zhou Xuanji cursed and took out the God Emperor sword with his right hand, preparing to fight. Baba Blade Master, Lin Guanyu. In this current situation, there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. At the end of the horizon, Lin Guanyu walked over with his saber. With red eyes, he said coldly, Sword God Zhou, don't think that I can't recognize you just because you changed your appearance. I will never forget your aura. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that his limbs were trembling. He muttered, Baba Blade Master, it's over, it's over. Baba Blade Saint was an existence that could fight against the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. Standing in front of him, he couldn't even withstand a single slash. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and cried out, Lin Guanyu. I advise you to leave immediately. The top evil cultivator, Xian Xianghua, is right behind. She likes me and wants to take me in as her disciple. Do you want to become her enemy? Since he could not defeat him, then he would use his connections to intimidate others. Lin Guanyu said with a frown, you think I will believe that? Xian Xianghua, that demon, likes you? She hates men the most. If you really meet her, you will be lucky if she doesn't tear you into pieces. After that, he continued to walk forward. He looked like he was going to kill Zhou Xuanji on the spot. Chapter 145. Seeing that Lin Guanyu was getting closer, Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought about how to deal with him. In a head-on clash, he would definitely lose to Lin Guanyu. But right now, he could only meet force with force. Chongming Demon Monarch stood before Zhou Xuanji and said with a trembling voice, "It's over. My 720 wives, you are going to be widows." He had experienced Baba Blademaster's strength not long ago. He was almost as strong as an immortal. Lin Guanyu walked at a steady pace, his eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji could sense that if he tried to escape, Lin Guanyu would strike immediately. "Damn it! Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The Phoenix Emperor sword appeared in his left hand, and the other legendary swords appeared around him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword. All the divine swords were pointed at Lin Guanyu. Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes. What a mighty divine sword! Lin Guanyu had a disdainful smile on his face. He ferociously raised his saber, and when he was 1,000 meters away from Zhou Xuanji, he prepared to swing. "Lin Guanyu, get lost. He's someone I want." At this moment, Xian Xianghua's voice rang out. It was extremely cold. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Guanyu's expressions changed. "Xian Xianghua, why are you in Great Shang?" Lin Guanyu's face was livid as he asked in a low voice, and he seemed to be extremely fearful. Zhou Xuanji's face was ashen. Xian Xianghua was even more terrifying than Lin Guanyu, so he naturally did not want to face her. He did not imagine that Xian Xianghua was really interested in him. He was so ugly now that even he wanted to strangle him to death, let alone other people. Scram! Next, strands of demonic qi appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. A lady in purple appeared. Her back view was enchanting and extremely alluring. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, she was a venomous beauty. He swallowed his saliva as he felt Xian Xianghua's killing intent at such a close distance. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Lin Guanyu said angrily, "He killed my sister, how can I let him go?" Xian Xianghua's face was covered by a purple veil, but her beautiful eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. She said coldly, "If you don't get lost, I will slaughter your entire clan. I will pull out the souls of all your descendants and skin them to make you suffer even more." Hearing this, Lin Guanyu's expression changed. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat when he heard this, while Chongming Demon Monarch was almost paralyzed. "This woman is crazy." Lin Guanyu took a deep breath and said, "Xian Xianghua, you'll reap what you sow one day." After saying that, he turned around and left very quickly. From the looks of it, he was obviously afraid of Xian Xianghua, so he ran away after saying those words. Zhou Xuanji's evaluation of him suddenly lowered. No matter how great the hatred was, it was not as important as his own life. What kind of hero was that? After Lin Guanyu left, Xian Xianghua's killing intent also dissipated. She turned around slowly, and Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch finally saw her face. A purple veil covered half of her face. Her skin was very fair, and there was a mark of a blood-red flower on her forehead. Her hair was coiled up under a white jade hairpin. At first glance, this woman was absolutely beautiful. She was even more graceful than Su Xianxian. Very evil. This kind of evil was a fatal temptation to men. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much. He was only thinking about how to escape. Chongming Demon Monarch knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. Sect Lord Xian. My master did not offend you. Please let him go, he said with a trembling voice. Xian Xianghua ignored him and stared at Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in her eyes. Silence. She did not speak but looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and faced them calmly, waiting for his fate. Facing Lin Guanyu, he could still put up some resistance. Xian Xianghua, the top evil cultivator. It's better for me to lie low for now. Phoenix Sword Emperor? Sword God Zhou? You look so ordinary. Xian Xianghua said with a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji felt like he was stabbed in the chest. Senior, why are you looking for me? He tried his best to calm down and asked. Xian Xianghua said with a faint smile, there's something I need you to do. If you do it well, I will let you die a quick death. Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He was enraged immediately and said, then just kill me directly. If I do it well, I will still die. Are you kidding me? It's not like he had never died before. Jiang Shui, I'm sorry. I can't marry you anymore. He closed his eyes and looked as though he was begging for death. Xian Xianghua laughed. Her laughter alone could captivate one's soul. As long as you pass the test, I can spare your life, she said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, what test? An ancient sword emperor's inheritance. I need a legendary treasure in there. I have found many sword cultivators before, but they all died in the test. Xian Xianghua replied. She gritted her teeth at the mention of this. Why didn't you find the sword monarch? Zhou Xuanji asked. I wanted to find him indeed. I happened to pass by Great Shang, so I stayed for a few days. Then, I saw you. Your mastery of the sword's way should not be lower than the sword monarch's. You are more powerful than the sword cultivators I have seen before. Xian Xianghua said with a smile. After that, she waved her right hand. Demonic qi rose into the air and swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. Zhou Xuanji could only feel a formless energy lifting him up. He was surrounded by demonic qi, and he could not see what was happening outside. Where are we going? Is it far from Great Shang? Zhou Xuanji swallowed his saliva and asked. If it was too far, even if he passed the test, it would be troublesome for him to return. Xian Xianghua closed her eyes and said, Juadi Cliff. Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Where was Juadi Cliff? Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered and cried out, isn't that a perilous place? We will surely die if we go in. Even a 7th-rank great demon was terrified of Juadi Cliff, which showed how terrifying Juadi Cliff was. Xian Xianghua said calmly, don't worry. With me around, as long as you are obedient, you still have a chance to live. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chongming Demon Monarch and asked, how far is Juadi Cliff from Great Shang? Not very far. It's a distance of 2 Great Shang. There are many sects nearby, and it's extremely chaotic. Chongming Demon Monarch replied, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. If they flew at full speed, they could cover the distance of 2 Great Shang in less than half a month, so it was not very far. However, Zhou Xuanji was still a little uneasy. What if Xian Xianghua went back on her words? Lin Guanyu said before that this woman hated men the most. If it was before, it would be fine if he was handsome, and he might be able to use his charm. But now, Zhou Xuanji sighed heavily. He felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Xian Xianghua turned around suddenly and waved her right hand. Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful gust of wind blowing toward his face. He wanted to step back out of fear, but he could not move. TSK. Such a good appearance indeed. The rumors are true. Xian Xianghua said in amazement. Zhou Xuanji's face was already revealed. Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. This guy changed his appearance. Chapter 146. Zhou Xuanji touched his face instinctively. It was good that he was not disfigured. Xian Xianghua moved closer to him and used her right index finger to lift his chin. She smiled charmingly and said, "Look at your soft and tender skin. You're very suitable to be my human furnace." Human furnace? Zhou Xuanji's body trembled. He had heard many legends. There were thousands of cultivation methods in the world, and the method of yin and yang intercourse was one of them. Being a cultivation vessel was different from dual cultivation. You would be squeezed dry. However, even if he died from being sucked dry, it would still feel great, right? Zhou Xuanji thought innocently. Xian Xianghua giggled and said, "My cauldron is a real cauldron. Do you feel good using you as a cauldron?" Zhou Xuanji trembled in fear. Damn it! This woman can read minds? Seeing his expression, Xian Xianghua's smile became even more radiant. She turned around and stopped teasing him. After Xian Xianghua left, Chongming Demon Monarch came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad. Such handsomeness resembles the demeanor I had when I was young. Zhou Xuanji directly punched him. His physical strength as an invincible Vajra was immense. Caught off guard, Chongming Demon Monarch felt dizzy from the attack. Why was this bull as annoying as the little black snake? It was unknown who would be more despicable if these two guys bumped into each other. Xian Xianghua did not speak anymore, and Zhou Xuanji did not dare to disturb her. He was afraid that this woman would suddenly go berserk and tear him apart. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the demonic qi around him dissipate, and he accidentally fell to the ground. Chongming Demon Monarch was also awakened by the fall. Xian Xianghua stepped forward. Zhou Xuanji got up and realized that he was surrounded by a desert. It was deep into the night. There was a light ahead. It was a small inn. In the vast desert, this inn seemed so small. Zhou Xuanji did not run but followed. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. After following Xian Xianghua into the inn, they immediately attracted a dozen pairs of eyes. There were only 7 tables in the inn, and 3 of them were empty. Xian Xianghua found the nearest table and sat down. The waiter hurriedly walked over. He was first stunned by Xian Xianghua's beauty, then he respectfully asked, "What would you like?" Here, the more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. No matter how tempted he was, he did not dare to look at Xian Xianghua. "Bring me all your best dishes and wine." Xian Xianghua sat upright and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji sat opposite her, and she was staring at him. He instinctively averted his gaze, not wanting to meet her eyes. Seeing this, Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Chongming Demon Monarch sat beside her and was extremely nervous. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Compared to the liveliness of the other 4 tables, they seemed extremely strange. From time to time, the other guests would look at Xian Xianghua. Their gazes were filled with passion and greed. When I was young, my father often drank. Whenever he was drunk, he would beat and scold me and my mother. Before I was 10, I was covered in wounds. Later, my mother couldn't take it anymore and jumped into a well to commit suicide. I killed my father while he was sleeping. Xian Xianghua suddenly said. She did not lower her voice, so almost everyone could hear her. Not only did I kill him, I even threw him into the wild to feed the wolves. Later on, due to a fortuitous encounter, I began to cultivate demonic arts. Whenever I saw a man drinking, I would kill them. I would even torture them. First, I would beat them until their flesh was lacerated. Then, I would pour strong alcohol on them and watch them beg for mercy. That feeling was truly wonderful. Xian Xianghua smiled beautifully, and a gust of cold wind blew across the inn. Zhou Xuanji shuddered. Was this woman crazy? Bomb! A muscular man slammed the table and stood up. Stupid woman, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you order alcohol just now? He shouted furiously. After that, he looked at Xian Xianghua with an evil smile. Looking at his perverted look, one could guess what he was thinking. Xian Xianghua smiled and slammed the table lightly. PFFTT. The muscular man's body was covered in blood and he died instantly. He did not even have the time to scream. Next, the others died too. Only the three of them, the innkeeper, and the waiter were left in the inn. The innkeeper, who was doing the accounts, was trembling in fear. His face was pale, and he did not dare to say a word. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. Wasn't this woman too cruel? Now it's quiet. Xian Xianghua placed her right hand on the table and supported her chin with her hand. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. The way she looked at him made him feel like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. No wonder Yang Xindi and Lin Guanyu were so afraid of her. She attacked just like that, and her methods were so unimaginable. He could not see how she attacked at all. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that he shrunk his gigantic body into a ball, which looked extremely comical. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he stared ahead blankly. He did not dare to look at Xian Xianghua. The inn fell silent again. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes to the table with trembling hands. After that, he dragged the corpses out of the inn. Throughout the entire process, he did not make a sound. Evidently, it was not the first time for him to do such a thing. Running an inn in the wilderness, this kind of massacre was naturally a common occurrence. But it was his first time seeing someone as powerful as Xian Xianghua, and he was extremely afraid. Pour the wine, Xian Xianghua said. Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered and hurriedly picked up the wine pot to pour wine for her. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of roasted meat. This meat reminds me of the meat I ate deep in the mountain. That family was extremely cruel. They killed the people who stayed at their place and ate their corpses. They even gave the meat to passers-by. Zhou Xuanji heard her and got goosebumps. You really ate it? He asked. Cannibalism. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and said, I don't have such a heavy taste. I only destroyed that family alive. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Looking at the table full of dishes, why did he feel so disgusted? A while later, 3 more cultivators came in. 2 women and a man. They were very loud and began chattering the moment they came in. Mister, let's drink less wine tonight. What are you afraid of? If we drink too much, Mister will protect us. Ha ha ha. You must serve us well tonight. The man walked in with 2 beautiful women in his arms and laughed wantonly. Xian Xianghua swirled her wine cup and said with a smile, When I was young, my parents always talked loudly. They were so noisy that I could not sleep. After that, I cultivated a demonic energy technique and killed them. Zhou Xuanji, Chongming Demon Monarch, the innkeeper, and the waiter were speechless. What the? She was just making it up. And I almost sympathized with this woman, Zhou Xuanji mocked her in his heart. He always felt that Xian Xianghua had a mental problem. Why was every story directed at her parents? Lacking love since young? The three cultivators immediately turned to look at her. Seeing Xian Xianghua, the male cultivator's eyes brightened. He pushed the two beauties aside lightly and walked toward Xian Xianghua. As he fanned himself, he smiled elegantly and said, "My lady, did I disturb you just now?" Chapter 147. Seeing the male cultivator walk toward Xian Xianghua, Zhou Xuanji could not help but mourn for him. When he was 7 steps away from Xian Xianghua, blood spurted out of his body and he died on the spot. The two accompanying female cultivators were stunned. Just as they were about to scream, they followed in the footsteps of the male cultivator and fell into a pool of blood. Another 3 lives were lost. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch were silent. The shopkeeper and the waiters kept quiet. No one dared to anger Xian Xianghua. A look of satisfaction appeared in Xian Xianghua's eyes as she continued to eat and drink. After that, no more cultivators entered the inn. After the waiter collected the 3 corpses, everything returned to normal. For Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch, this meal was very depressing. After a full hour, the old witch finally ate. She took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her mouth. She slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go." The waiter couldn't help but say, "Senior, money." Zhou Xuanji looked at him in astonishment. His gaze seemed to be saying, "Brother, are you crazy?" As expected. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, he fell to the ground, covered in blood. The shopkeeper was so frightened that his entire body trembled. His face was filled with despair as he muttered, "Son." Xian Xianghua stopped and asked with a frown, "He's your son?" The shopkeeper nodded numbly. He was both angry and desperate, but he didn't dare to show it. At this moment, he felt like the world was collapsing. Then go down and accompany him. A family should be neat and tidy. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and the shopkeeper fell to the ground, his blood splattering on the wall. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that he took a step out of the inn. Xian Xianghua walked out of the inn with a smile, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. He felt a fire burning in his chest. Although he wasn't a saint, he still felt angry when he saw Xian Xianghua's actions. It was no wonder that she could only be the top demonic cultivator and not the strongest in the northern wilderness region. After leaving the inn, Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and demonic qi swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. In the following period of time, Xian Xianghua did not stop. Zhou Xuanji remained silent. The atmosphere was very strange. Zhou Xuanji was enveloped in demonic qi, so he could not tell the time. He tried to think of a way to escape. He had a feeling that even if he passed the Sword Emperor's assessment and obtained Xian Xianghua's item, he would not be able to escape death. Chongming Demon Monarch had the same thoughts. He lay on the ground like a corpse. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch fell to the ground again, caught off guard. Even though the fall was very painful, they didn't make a sound. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but turn around and ask, "How long are you going to hold it in?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Xian Xianghua walked in front of him, grabbed his chin, and said with a smile, "Your scowling face is quite cute, but it would be a pity if you died in the Sword Emperor assessment." Zhou Xuanji turned his head and shook off her hand. Chongming Demon Monarch suddenly exclaimed, "Juadi Cliff?" Zhou Xuanji quickly looked around. Thunderclouds billowed above his head, and he was surrounded by barren mountains. There were few trees, and the undulating mountains were covered with dead trees and bones. As far as the eye could see, there were only 2 words that could be used: desolate and bleak. "Follow me." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped forward. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch followed reluctantly. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji observed. Chongming Demon Monarch said that Juadi Cliff was a dangerous place. It contained an ancient curse, and those who entered would most likely die. But he looked for a long time. He still couldn't see any danger. Stop looking. With me here, what can you see? Xian Xianghua said with a smile, if you can survive, you might miss me. I can give you an absolute sense of security. Zhou Xuanji sneered. Old demonic woman, I've always been anxious and panicky with you, okay? After walking for a few hundred meters, they stopped. Xian Xianghua pointed at the cave in front of them and said, go in. The inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor is inside. Your goal is to bring everything out. Zhou Xuanji looked over. The cave was 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. It was pitch black and bottomless. Chongming Demon Monarch swallowed his saliva and asked, how many sword cultivators have you found? Xian Xianghua replied calmly, not many. Just 26 or 27, 26 or 27. Which poor guy did she forget? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and walked toward the cave. He took out the God Emperor sword and Sky Sundering Emperor sword and stepped into the cave without hesitation. He did not stop or look back. Xian Xianghua thought to herself and mumbled, I hope I can succeed this time. If even Zhou Xuanji failed, she could only look for the Sword Monarch. Chongming Demon Monarch was praying too. If Zhou Xuanji failed, only death awaited him. After entering the cave, Zhou Xuanji felt that the world around him was spinning. The darkness was occupied by a powerful light. When he stabilized his body, he realized that he was in the sky. It was similar to the illusory realm when he inherited the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. I am the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The way of the Hegemon sword dominates both ancient and modern times. A majestic voice came, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a shadow that was hundreds of meters tall in front of him. Hegemon Sword Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way. Zhou Xuanji had heard of this name before. He was the last one among the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. After him, there were no more true sword emperors in the world. There were only self-proclaimed nicknames. The Hegemon Sword Emperor left behind many legends in the world. He once slew an immortal god that was left in the mortal realm. His sword tore through the void, and he ascended into the heavens. Everyone worshipped him. Do you dare to accept my test? The Hegemon Sword Emperor asked emotionlessly. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, I do. From what Xian Xianghua said, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's test was evidently more difficult than the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor's. A shadow that was not much taller than Zhou Xuanji appeared. He held a giant sword in his hand. The blade was as wide as his waist. Looking at his figure, it was the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Defeat me, who was at the same stage as you. The shadow said. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, you, who was at the same stage as me? Or is your cultivation the same as mine, but your sword technique is at great accomplishment? If it was the former, he was confident that he could kill the Hegemon Sword Emperor instantly. But if it was the latter, he was not sure if he should say it. The Hegemon Sword Emperor did not reply but charged toward him with his sword. Almost in an instant, he came up to Zhou Xuanji and slashed with his sword. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened, and he quickly blocked with the God Emperor sword. Clang! The 2 legendary swords clashed, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor was sent flying backward. Zhou Xuanji smiled. My glorious gold legendary sword is still more powerful. The Hegemon Sword Emperor leaped up and flew above Zhou Xuanji's head. He pressed down with his sword, which was as imposing as a mountain. Zhou Xuanji used the Tempest Slash toward the sky, and his sword Qi soared upward. Boom! The hegemon sword emperor broke through the sword chi and continued to press toward him. Zhou Xuanji immediately dodged the attack with the 8-step sword lunge. Just when he appeared, the hegemon sword emperor appeared beside him. The hegemon sword emperor slashed toward him, trying to decapitate him. Chapter 148. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge again and dodged the hegemon sword emperor's giant sword. When he landed again, he immediately used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation's dual sword style. He didn't use the God Emperor sword's power and treated it as an ordinary weapon. Even the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword was the same. In the same realm, he didn't want to borrow strength from someone stronger. The hegemon sword emperor closed in, and Zhou Xuanji's twin swords welcomed him. Clang! 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 The two swords moved like the wind. Dragon-shaped sword chi coiled around Zhou Xuanji as he roared continuously. The hegemon sword emperor swung his sword very quickly and domineeringly. Even Zhou Xuanji, whose body was golden invincible, could not compare to him in terms of strength. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was fast. The two sides fought back and forth, launching a super duel in this firmament world. Zhou Xuanji used his dual sword technique, Vibrant Raindrop Sword and 36 Paths Jade Shao Sword, which caught the hegemon sword emperor off guard. He wasn't happy for long. The hegemon sword emperor suddenly raised his saber and slashed out furiously. A terrifying sword chi directly sent him flying. A faint layer of white flame appeared around the hegemon sword emperor's body. He slashed toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed, creating afterimages that were dazzling to the eyes. Countless sword chi crisscrossed and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Unstoppable. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed, and he immediately unleashed heavenly lights. The torrent of sword chi slammed into the hegemon sword emperor, but it was instantly destroyed by the hegemon sword emperor's sword chi. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique is this? His expression changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. The violent sword chi raged towards him, and since he had no time to dodge, he subconsciously raised his two swords to block. There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth and splattered into the sky. He somersaulted in the air and quickly stabilized himself. At this moment, the hegemon sword emperor rushed over again. He raised the giant sword in his right hand and smashed it down furiously. Zhou Xuanji was furious. This guy really did not give him any time to breathe. One divine sword after another appeared around him. There were 8 of them in total. He directly displayed the 10-sword style and charged forward. Rumble, Chongming Demon Monarch looked at the trembling mountain in front of him and couldn't help but feel nervous. Xian Xianghua widened her beautiful eyes, which were filled with splendor. She said softly, "Not bad. This brat can actually endure for so long. He is much stronger than those trash from before." Chongming Demon Monarch asked cautiously, "Who is the sword sovereign here? Is it the hegemon sword emperor?" Of the 9 emperors of the sword Dao, the hegemon sword emperor was the most famous. 2 great emperors had once fought in Juadi Cliff, and both of them had fallen here. Their resentment soared into the sky, and this place had become a fearsome land. 10,000 years ago, the hegemon sword emperor had barged into Juadi Cliff alone and did not die, shocking the northern wilderness region. Hence, Chongming Demon Monarch immediately thought of the hegemon sword emperor. Xian Xianghua nodded, a look of reminiscence in her eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch was silent. He was even more worried. The reputation of the hegemon sword emperor was simply too resounding. Back then, he was the number 1 in the world, a tyrannical existence that suppressed an era. He was the man who had pushed Sword Dao to its peak. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard, causing Chongming Demon Monarch to turn around in shock. 6 cultivators quickly flew over, led by an old man in a red robe. His figure was thin, his hair was black and white, and his face was covered with many gray spots. When he saw Xian Xianghua, he immediately stopped. The 5 cultivators behind him were shocked. The old man in the red robe noticed that the small mountain was trembling and shouted, "Someone is accepting the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance?" Xian Xianghua glanced at him and laughed in disdain. "Xian Xianghua, what are you trying to do? How dare you covet the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword sect?" The old man in the red robe asked angrily, his tone filled with anger. The Hegemon Sword sect was a sect founded by the descendants of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. It was a powerful force in the northern wilderness region, and it was not weaker than Xinhao sect and Hanin Divine sect. Who said it belongs to the Hegemon Sword sect? Whoever is capable will have it, Xian Xianghua said calmly. Her gaze landed on the cave in front of her, as if she could see what was going on inside. Xian Xianghua. Tanhua Sect Master. Demonic Paths Number 1, a handsome young man behind the old man in the red robe mumbled to himself. He wore a green robe, and his hair was tied up with a red ribbon. His face was handsome, but he did not lose his manly aura. My son, Lin Chang'e, is the inheritor appointed by the ancestor. Apart from him, no one can pass the ancestor's test, the old man in the red robe said. The red-robed elder said in a deep voice. Chongming Demon Monarch turned to look at him. He asked curiously, "He's Lin Chang'e? That exquisite sword mind?" Hearing this, the young man in the green robe nodded. He cupped his fist and said, "I'm Lin Chang'e. If this brother does not pass the test, can I take his place?" Xian Xianghua's reputation was too great, and Lin Chang'e had to be respectful. But his attitude did not seem humble. Xian Xianghua snorted, "What if he passes the test?" Lin Chang'e frowned slightly and did not know how to reply. In his eyes, apart from him, no one could obtain the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. But he could not offend Xian Xianghua directly. "My master is Sword God Zhou. His sword technique is the best in the world. Do you think he will fail?" Chongming Demon Monarch cried out arrogantly. When a demon was about to die, why should he be afraid? Sword God Zhou. Lin Chang'e frowned even harder. The expressions of the old man in the red robe and the 4 cultivators from the Hegemon Sword sect were all moved. Recently, Sword God Zhou's fame had spread far and wide. Xinhao sect, Great Zhou, and Baba Blade Master were all after his life. Such a reputation was hard to come by in 100 years. They did not expect Sword God Zhou to be Xian Xianghua's disciple. No wonder Baba Blade Master could not kill him. I only need 1 sword from the Hegemon Sword Emperor. If Sword God Zhou passes the test, he will fight with me. If I win, he will give me the sword. If I lose, I will surely compensate him. Sword techniques, swords, spirit stones, and other treasures, he can choose whatever he wants. Lin Chang'e looked at Xian Xianghua and said. Although he was only the son of the Hegemon Sword sect lord, his power was among the top 5 in the sect. Sure. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and smiled with disdain. Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. This old demonic woman is playing tricks. Isn't this digging a hole for Zhou Xuanji? The old man in the red robe snorted coldly, he can't pass the test. The others were also disdainful. They understood the Hegemon Sword Emperor the most and were confident. Heaven Vault World. 10 legendary swords pierced into the Hegemon Sword Emperor's body, which made him look like a porcupine. Next, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's shadow exploded and disappeared. The 10 legendary swords flew back to Zhou Xuanji. The 100-meter-tall shadow was silent. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and thought to himself, Could this guy be like the sky-sundering sword emperor and have spiritual intelligence? Brat, where did you come from? Those two swords are of an unreasonably high grade. The 100-meter-tall shadow asked suddenly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Spiritual intelligence indeed. He replied, I come from the sanctum of China. I'm the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Sanctum of China. Great sage equal to heaven. Such a majestic title. The hegemon sword emperor was in deep thought, as though he had heard of the great sage equal to heaven. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He suddenly felt that it was fun to talk nonsense. No wonder Xian Xianghua liked to make up stories before killing. Chapter 149. Did I pass the test? Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at the hegemon sword emperor. He hoped that the hegemon sword emperor would not be as bored as the sky-sundering sword emperor and set up dozens of tests. Not yet. The hegemon sword emperor replied, which made Zhou Xuanji speechless. I've already defeated you in the same realm, so what are you still worried about? If I were you, I would hand over the inheritance. Now, there's only one test left. Move me. The hegemon sword emperor continued with a righteous tone. Zhou Xuanji blinked and did not speak. Let's begin. Use your attainments in the way of the sword to impress me. Zhou Xuanji still did not speak and continued to look at him. 100 million divine beasts galloped through his mind. Since they only needed to move their mouths, what was the point of the previous test? For a moment, the firmament world fell into silence. The outside world. The red-robed old man sneered, why did you stop? Is he already dead inside? The hill was no longer shaking. It was terrifyingly calm. Xian Xianghua's eyes were indifferent, as if she didn't care. None of the sword cultivators she had brought in before had come out alive, so she didn't know what the second stage was. They thought that if the mountain stopped, it would be the end. But she could still sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. This kid is not dead yet. Lin Chang'e looked at the small mountain quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. It's over, it's over. Chongming Demon Monarch sat paralyzed on the ground and held his head with his hands. His face was filled with pain. If Zhou Xuanji died, he would not survive either. Even if Xian Xianghua did not kill him, he would not be able to escape from Juadi Cliff. The firmament world. After a long while, the hegemon sword emperor could not help but ask, are you still not going to speak? If you fail the test, I will kill you. I've already defeated you. Why are you still talking? Is this the spirit of the 9 emperors of the sword's way? A senior of the sword Dao is making things difficult for me, a junior. If you are dissatisfied, no matter what I say, you will not admit it. What do you want me to do? Are you trying to tease me? Zhou Xuanji's witty words flowed out of his mouth. However, he did not make it sound bad. Instead, he created an image of himself as weak. He didn't want to die. The hegemon sword emperor replied, that's not the case. If you can really say something unique, the inheritance will naturally be bestowed to you. Zhou Xuanji breathed out. Time to show some real skill. My sword Dao is the Dao of 10,000 swords. 1 sword to slay humans, 2 swords to slay evil, 100 swords to slay evil, 10,000 swords to slay karma, and 1,000,000 swords to create. The drifting wind never ends, the heavy rain never ends. The sword is eternal, and the Tao can never be destroyed. A tree that can be embraced is born from the tip of a hair. A 9-story platform is built from the soil. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. 1 sword, 1 intent. 10,000 swords, 10,000 intents. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji spoke without thinking, and the more he boasted, the more excited he became. This fellow was very good at acting, just like a grandmaster of the way of the sword. His tone rose and fell, and when it came to the highlight, it was sonorous and forceful. The hegemon sword emperor remained silent. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated throughout the firmament world. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and spoke to his heart's content. However, the hegemon sword emperor did not say anything. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had blown too much? It shouldn't be. He had borrowed the words of the ancient sages of Wuxia. Could it be that he was inferior to this sword emperor's eye? 10,000 swords, 10,000 intents. A great thousand heavens and earth. A great thousand heavens and earth, the hegemon sword emperor spoke suddenly. He was in deep thought as he mumbled to himself. Well said. He suddenly cried out. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, which made Zhou Xuanji tremble in fear. Damn! Is there something wrong with him? Veins popped on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He held back his anger and maintained his smile. A great thousand heavens and earth. A world of sword will. Good, good, good. With the sword will as the rule, a world of its own, very good. Very good. As the hegemon sword emperor spoke, he suddenly laughed wildly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could this guy have gone crazy because of his words? The hegemon sword emperor laughed for a long while. He was evidently in his own world. Ahem. Did I pass the test? Zhou Xuanji could not help but fake a cough and interrupted him. The hegemon sword emperor stopped laughing and said, very good. Great sage, heaven's equal, I, the hegemon sword emperor, owe you a favor. My inheritance belongs to you now. If we meet again after you ascend, I will surely become sworn brothers with you. Your mastery of the sword's way is very high. What you said just now is too important to me. He waved his right hand, and a giant sword descended from the sky. It spun and landed before him. The sword was nearly 2 meters long and a little wider than his waist. 2 black dragons were engraved on the blade, and the hilt was like a rock. The entire sword looked extremely domineering and powerful. It was extremely heavy, as though it could split mountains and split the ground. Next, a storage bag with a giant sword engraved on it appeared. Great sage, heaven's equal, I will wait for you in the upper realm. Ha ha ha, the hegemon sword emperor laughed wildly. Next, the surrounding world disappeared, and darkness swallowed the space. Zhou Xuanji returned to the black hole with the storage bag in his left hand and the giant sword in his right. He immediately stored the giant sword into the supreme storage and let the sword spirit examine it. He walked out with the storage bag in hand. He did not check the storage bag with his divine sense, in case he was tempted and tampered with it, which would result in his death. With his understanding of Xian Xianghua, this old demonic woman would definitely not want the sword. At the same time, outside the cave. He's coming out. Xian Xianghua's eyes brightened as she spoke. With this, Chongming Demon Monarch looked up in surprise. Impossible. How can it be? The red-robed old man mumbled to himself in disbelief. The others were shocked too. Could it be that this brat, they knew about the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance? Once one failed, one would surely die. So few dared to challenge the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance. Lin Chang'e frowned slightly, and curiosity flashed in his eyes. He saw Zhou Xuanji walking out from the cave. Wearing the white dragon golden robe, he walked out from the darkness, which made him look like a bright sun. With a calm expression, he threw the storage bag in his hand to Xian Xianghua straightaway. Can we live? He asked. He was already prepared for battle. Xian Xianghua caught the storage bag and said with a smile, of course. I will send you out. After that, she began looking into the storage bag for the treasures she wanted. The 6 from the hegemon sword sect did not attack. They did not want to experience how horrifying Xian Xianghua was. Lin Chang'e looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword God Zhou, did you really obtain the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "He wants to acknowledge me as his big brother." Having heard this, the red-robed old man and the others were enraged. The hegemon sword emperor was their ancestor. How could they allow Zhou Xuanji to blaspheme him? "Brat, you obtained our ancestor's inheritance, and you dare to humiliate him. Be careful that the hegemon sword sect will hunt you down too," the red-robed old man said furiously. Xian Xianghua was beside him, so he did not dare to attack. He could only threaten him verbally. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, "It's true. He wants to become my sworn brother." It was true. It was just that he and the hegemon sword emperor did not agree on who would be the big brother. If he had the power, he would not be the younger brother. "Sword God Zhou, I'm Lin Chang'e. You cultivate the way of the sword, so you should have heard of me. Can we have a duel?" Lin Chang'e said. His eyes were burning with passion, as though he wanted to have a duel right now. Chapter 150. Lin Chang'e? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Who? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Lin Chang'e smiled confidently and said, "You have just obtained the inheritance of the hegemon sword emperor. I will not make things difficult for you. Just tell me a time and place. If I win, you will impart the inheritance of the hegemon sword emperor to me. If I lose, I will let you enter the sword pavilion of the hegemon sword sect. I will give you half a month to learn." He was the exquisite sword heart and was born to practice the sword. In the entire northern wilderness region, there were not many people who could match up to him in the sword doctrine. In the northern wilderness region, he was more famous than Sword God Zhou. As such, he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would not dare to fight out of fear of him and was willing to take a step back. Zhou Xuanji said, "How is the hegemon sword sect's foundation?" The red-robed old man said furiously, "Among all the sword sects in the world, only my hegemon sword sect has the deepest foundation." Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said with a smile, "What are you bragging about? Where did you put 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain?" 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The sacred land of the northern wilderness region for sword doctrine. Zhou Xuanji heard that Xiao Jinghong said he wanted to go, and he promised to go. Humph. The red-robed old man snorted coldly and did not reply. Zhou Xuanji said, "How about this, I'll personally go to the hegemon sword sect in the future." When? Lin Chang'e continued asking. He had loved swords all his life, and he couldn't wait to learn the hegemon sword emperor's exceptional sword arts. Within 10 years. He had never heard of Lin Chang'e before. If Lin Chang'e kept pestering them, then Xian Xianghua would take action. All right. Lin Chang'e immediately agreed. For cultivation, 10 years was a very short period. Sometimes, it was like a white horse galloping across a crack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After that, the 6 people from the hegemon sword sect left. Except for Lin Chang'e, the other 5 people were somewhat indignant. However, Xian Xianghua was too domineering, so they did not dare to act recklessly. Xian Xianghua walked up to Zhou Xuanji and passed the storage bag to him, leaving only a black bead in her hand. She held the black bead with a fascinated look in her eyes. "Soul-nurturing pearl, I've finally waited for you." She gently stroked the black bead as if she was afraid that it would drop. Zhou Xuanji hung the storage bag on his waist and asked curiously, "What's a soul-nurturing pearl?" "Just for that?" Xian Xianghua nodded, her eyes seemingly hiding a myriad of emotions. "The soul-nurturing pearl can preserve souls forever. It's extremely rare. I've searched for thousands of years, but I've only found one. Xian Xianghua said softly as she sank into reminiscence. Zhou Xuanji no longer spoke. He did not want to know about Xian Xianghua's past. There was one sentence that he had always remembered. The more he knew, the more miserable his death would be. After Xian Xianghua finished reminiscing and put away the soul-nurturing pearl, she looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Her gaze seemed to be examining him, causing his heart to skip a beat. When I was young, Xian Xianghua spoke with a sorrowful expression. Wait. Zhou Xuanji immediately interrupted her. Not only him, but Chongming Demon Monarch's scalp also felt numb. When they heard the first 5 words, they could smell the scent of death. Are you going back on your word? Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice, suppressing his anger and sorrow. Pfft, Xian Xianghua suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, but in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, it was fake. You're wearing a veil, and you're covering your mouth. Please be careful, you are an old hag. Don't act like a little girl. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He wanted to say it out loud, but he did not dare to. Xian Xianghua stopped smiling and said, I will bring you out immediately. She waved her right hand, and demonic qi rose from the ground and swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch were extremely tense. They were afraid that the old hag would go back on her words. Not long later, they landed on the ground. This time, they did not fall pathetically. Xian Xianghua was much gentler. Maybe it was because of the soul-nurturing pearl. After they landed, Xian Xianghua winked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, Don't miss me anymore. When this old hag is strict, she's me. When she's in a good mood, she's me. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak. Who the hell would miss you? Xian Xianghua transformed into a tornado of demonic qi and dissipated quickly. I'm leaving. You will miss me in the future, little phoenix. Her laughter resounded across the sky and lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Little phoenix? Chongming Demon Monarch heaved a long sigh and said, We're finally safe. After that, he let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. Hiya! Zhou Xuanji rode on him and cried out. Finally, he was free. And he received the inheritance of the hegemon Sword Emperor. He felt so good. Chongming Demon Monarch flew toward Great Shang with a loud laugh. He picked up the storage bag and scanned it with his mind. He found many spirit stones and elixirs. Other than that, there were many scrolls or books on sword techniques and energy techniques. Zhou Xuanji's body trembled when he saw the sword techniques. I got it. In the underground cave. Jiang Shui was cultivating by the lake. Her eyelids were twitching, and she was obviously not calm. The others were cultivating by themselves, but they seemed to be preoccupied. The atmosphere was a little silent. Shao Jinghong leaped out of the lake suddenly, and the others quickly gathered around him. How's the situation? Jiang Shui asked immediately. Her face was filled with worry. Shao Jinghong took a deep breath and said, The World Hero Conference has ended. The Phoenix Sword Emperor won. His name is Zhou Menglang, and he should be the revered teacher. With this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Daoya Old Man opened his eyes wide and mumbled, He really won against the Child of Destiny? This kid, that's right. And he won with ease and dominance. Shao Jinghong nodded and said. The others were even more surprised. It was indeed the Zhou Xuanji that they knew. He was as powerful as ever. But, Shao Jinghong's face turned grim. Zhao Zongjian stared at him and urged, Just tell us. Are you trying to kill our patients? The others' expressions turned hostile too. Shao Jinghong quickly said, Tanhua sect's suzerain attacked Great Shang and threatened to take away the Phoenix Sword Emperor. What? Tanhua sect suzerain? Daoya old man cried out in shock. His face was filled with shock. Han Shenhua trembled and mumbled, "Oh no. Oh no." To them, the Tanhua sect suzerain was like a legendary demon king. After that, the Phoenix Sword Emperor disappeared. Xiao Jinghong sighed. He tried to find out about Xian Xianghua's identity, and his scalp was numb. Jiang Shui asked anxiously, "Who is the Tanhua sect suzerain? Is he very powerful? Why does he want to capture Zhou Xuanji?" Daoya old man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Tanhua sect suzerain, the top evil cultivator. In the northern wilderness region, there are only a handful of people who can stand against her. Even Lin Guanyu was afraid of her." Jiang Shui heard him and was stunned, as though her soul had been taken away. The group fell into silence. The little black snake laid on the ground and mumbled to himself, "A calamity from the heavens. A calamity from the heavens." Wah! At this moment, the surface of the lake exploded again. Two silhouettes leaped up. "Tanhua sect suzerain is nothing. Can she harm me?" Zhou Xuanji's high-spirited voice came, which attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 151. Xuanji. Jiang Shui leaped into Zhou Xuanji's arms in surprise and cried tears of joy. The others also gathered around and started asking questions at the same time. "Revered teacher, what happened? You were not captured by Tanhua sect suzerain? Good boy. You really won the World Hero Conference. Quick, tell us." "Yeah, tell us." Facing the crowd's excitement and curiosity, Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. He started from the World Hero Conference and even told them about his encounter with Lin Guanyu and the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The little black snake arched its body and looked at Chongming Demon Monarch with its forked tongue. Chongming Demon Monarch sensed its gaze and turned around. Their eyes met. It felt like a needle meeting an awn. Could it be the black snake that Master talked about? Very powerful? Chongming Demon Monarch raised his brow and thought with squinted eyes. I must teach it a lesson in the future. The little black snake did not know what he was thinking but thought in his heart, this guy looks mighty, and it's a bull demon. I will have another mount in the future. After Zhou Xuanji finished, the group sighed in amazement. Master is really fortunate to have gained something from a disaster. Huang Lianxin said with admiration, and so did the others. Zhou Xuanji said it casually, but everyone understood the difficulty. To defeat the Hegemon Sword Emperor, who was at the same stage. And to use his understanding of the way of the sword to convince the Hegemon Sword Emperor? In this world, who else could do it other than Zhou Xuanji? Daoya old man rubbed his chin and mumbled, it shouldn't be. Xian Xianghua let you go. This is not like her. None of the men she captured survived. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said proudly, of course. Our Xuanji is so handsome, she must be moved. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Han Shenhua heard her and burst into laughter. The little black snake came over and asked, how does that Su Xianxian look like? She is the top beauty in Great Shang. Are you moved? Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and said, your rations for this month are gone. With this, the little black snake's expression changed. I was wrong. The little black snake quickly came over and begged pitifully. Zhou Xuanji ignored it. Jiang Shui snorted and stared at it, saying, add another half a month. The little black snake felt as if it had been struck by lightning, instantly feeling extremely wronged. Zhou Xuanji passed a thunder core grass to Daoya old man and said, old man, rest well. Daoya old man laughed and left with the thunder core grass. I've obtained quite a few sword techniques. Once I've mastered them, I'll give each of you a copy. Zhou Xuanji said to Xiao Jinghong and the others. He did not let them finish the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword techniques, not because he was stingy, but because not everyone had the supreme legendary sword system like him. They would have to spend several years or even more just to practice a single sword technique. Giving them too many sword techniques at once would cause them to become lost. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were pleasantly surprised. Shortly after, Zhou Xuanji introduced Chongming Demon Monarch to them and claimed that Chongming Demon Monarch would be the team's tank. The group became curious immediately. It was a little extravagant to use a 7th rank demon as a tank. Chongming Demon Monarch did not know what a tank was, but he still patted his chest and smiled. "Don't worry, I will fulfill my duty as a tank." Many years later, he would deeply regret this promise. The group dispersed. Zhou Xuanji pulled Jiang Shui to a corner and whispered to her. When he was captured by Xian Xianghua, the person he thought about the most was Jiang Shui. In this world, in his heart, he could let go of anyone but Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui appeared to be very happy. She grabbed Zhou Xuanji and told him about what happened during this period of time. When Zhou Xuanji was away, some demons and cultivators passed by occasionally. Some demons even barged into the underground cave, but they were all dealt with by them. The two chatted for a long time until they were tired. Jiang Shui walked to the side to cultivate, while Zhou Xuanji began to inspect the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword techniques. There were a total of 13 sword techniques and 3 cultivation techniques. He already had the sword Qi Golden Body incantation, but he could not cultivate too many energy techniques. Otherwise, his spirit energy would become chaotic and his golden core would shatter. The highest grade sword technique was heaven grade low tier. It was called the Sky Dominating Divine Sword. 5 of the remaining sword techniques were earth grade, while the rest were black grade sword techniques. Finally, a heaven grade sword technique. Zhou Xuanji delved his divine will into the scroll in his hand delightedly. Next, images appeared in his mind. It was a black shadow dancing with a sword. Its figure was exactly the same as the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The sky-dominating divine sword was all about domineering. A single slash could dominate everything and cut through the heavens. He had encountered this slash before in the examination. If not for his many legendary swords, he might not have been able to withstand it. The sky-dominating divine sword had a total of 109 sword moves. After mastering them, one could master the sky-dominating divine sword. Each of these sword moves could change the direction of the flow of spirit energy. After the 109 sword moves, the spirit energy would circulate in one's body for a full cycle, forming a domineering aura. He took out the chicken-slaying sword and began practicing. Seeing him practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin stopped and observed. After 100 times, sky-dominating divine sword reached small accomplishment. After 300 times, sky-dominating divine sword reached great accomplishment. After 500 times, sky-dominating divine sword reached sword will. Boom! The entire underground cave shook violently, and everyone turned to look. Zhou Xuanji stood still with the chicken-slaying sword in his hand. A layer of faint white radiance appeared around his body, as though a layer of flame aura was burning. His entire aura became incredibly powerful. Just by standing there, he gave off an indescribable domineering aura. Heaven-grade sword technique. Daoya old man opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Heaven grade. No matter if it was a spell or an energy technique, once it reached heaven grade, the difficulty of cultivating it would increase tremendously. Most people who obtained a heaven grade technique might not even be able to cultivate it successfully in their lifetime. How long did Zhou Xuanji take? Although they were already used to it, they were still shocked when they heard that it was a heaven-grade sword technique. Zhao Congjian looked down at his hand and gritted his teeth. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Zhou Xuanji continued to practice his sword technique. Top-tier Earth-grade sword technique, chilling wave sound wave. This sword technique was suitable for the heaven sound sword. After 500 times, he easily formed the sword will. Xiao Jinghong and the others turned around and did not want to watch anymore. If they continued to watch, they were worried that they would develop inner demons. It was Chongming Demon Monarch's first time seeing Zhou Xuanji practicing his sword technique. He was petrified and stood rooted to the spot. This brat's talent, no wonder he could receive the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. With such talent, he could dominate the northern wilderness region and defeat Xian Xianghua in just 1,000 years. He suddenly became excited. Only now did he truly feel that it was an opportunity to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple. A great opportunity. In just 10 days, Zhou Xuanji mastered all the sword techniques in the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Daoya Old Man channeled his energy to heal himself as he shook his head and said, "Freak. Freak." Chapter 152. The more Daoya Old Man thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. His qi and blood became chaotic, and he coughed. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and looked at him. "Old man, can you do it? Is half of your body going to be buried?" Daoya Old Man stared at him and said, "I'm a land immortal. It's not a problem for me to live for another 3,000 years." Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked over. "How should I use the Thunder Core grass?" Now, he was willing to believe in Daoya Old Man. Although the old man was not always serious, he was not afraid of death for him. Zhou Xuanji was always grateful. "Take it out. I will boil it into a medicinal soup for you. Sit in the cauldron and activate your energy technique." Daoya Old Man got up and said. After that, he took out his giant cauldron. Zhou Xuanji took out 2 10,000-year-old Thunder Core grass and passed them to him. Daoya Old Man threw the Thunder Core grass into the cauldron straightaway, then took out other spirit herbs and flowers and threw them in as well. The others came over. They wanted to see the effects of the Thunder Core grass. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and the lake water flew into the cauldron. A blue flame burned at the bottom of the cauldron, and he began to concoct the medicine easily. Jiang Shui asked worriedly, "Will it be very painful?" Looking at the boiling medicinal water, she was worried for Zhou Xuanji. "Of course it will be painful. It's the pain of millions of worms devouring your body," Daoya Old Man said matter-of-factly, which made Jiang Shui open her eyes wide. Beishao Wangjian mumbled, "A 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. How powerful is the spiritual qi in it?" The others nodded and expressed their own opinions. Zhou Xuanji stared at them and said unpleasantly, "Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I'm afraid of pain?" Back then, when he used the Furious Ape Sword and the God Emperor Sword, the pain was excruciating. Daoya Old Man looked at Xiao Jinghong and the others and said, "When you are free, you can go out and collect herbs. During this period of time, the more medicinal effects he absorbs, the higher his cultivation will be." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Beishao Wangjian left immediately. Han Shenbua also left and dived into the lake. "From now on, if you want to go out, you can. Just don't go too far," Daoya Old Man continued to say, and the eyes of Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Big and Small Air brightened. It could be said that they were suffocated in the underground cave. Especially Big and Small Air. It had been a long time since they had flown freely. What if Lin Guanyu attacks again? Huang Lianxin asked hesitantly. Lin Guanyu was a powerful existence that could annihilate their entire team. Daoya Old Man waved his hand and said, he was already scared out of his wits by Xian Xianghua. After knowing that Xian Ji was captured by Xian Xianghua, why would he stay in Great Shang? Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said, "That's right. You guys didn't see it. When Xian Xianghua told him to scram, he did. He was so cowardly. Unlike me, who was so arrogant and warned her not to harm my master." Everyone rolled their eyes. Over the past few days, they had also gotten to know Chongming Demon Monarch. It was another little black snake. "Alright, you can enter the cauldron now," Daoya Old Man reminded. Zhou Xuanji took off the white dragon golden robe and leaped into the cauldron with only a pair of pants on. As soon as he entered the cauldron, he felt as if his skin was about to explode. He subconsciously entered the Vajra invincibility state, and his entire body seemed to be gilded. Streaks of golden light emerged from the cauldron, incomparably resplendent. Jiang Shui was sitting not far away. She hugged her legs and looked at the cauldron quietly. Daoya Old Man walked to her side and sat down. "I realize that you are very similar to his mother," he said with a smile. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, "Grand Teacher, what do you mean?" She had already become familiar with Daoya Old Man. To some extent, Daoya Old Man was already her teacher. Daoya Old Man often said that she was like Zhou Xuanji's mother. Initially, she did not mind. But after a while, she felt that something was not right. "You guys are usually very quiet. But when you meet the man you love, your heart will be in a mess." Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. His eyes were immersed in reminiscence. Back then, when Zhao Xian met Emperor Yan of Zhou, she was dead set on him. I could not persuade her no matter what. She even wanted to break off our master-disciple relationship. This is fate. Although I divined that it was an ill-fated relationship, I was soft-hearted and did not stop it completely. In the end, she died, but I believe that she did not regret it. Jiang Shui thought about it and asked, was it because of Xuanji that she did not regret it? Daoya Old Man shook his head and smiled, "No. Xuanji is only part of the reason. If you and Xuanji have a child in the future, which is more important, the child or Xuanji?" Having heard this, Jiang Shui blushed immediately. She complained coquettishly, "Grand Teacher. What are you talking about?" "Ha ha ha!" Daoya Old Man laughed heartily as he stroked his long beard. The old and the young talked about the past. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was in torment and did not pay attention to his surroundings. Next, every day, Daoya Old Man would add water and herbs into the cauldron. His cultivation broke through consecutively, and he felt like he was soaring like a rocket. The Thunder Core grass contained a massive amount of lightning energy, which made his physical strength grow day by day. In the forest, Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian chatted as they walked forward. "Be careful when you swing your sword. The lighter, the better. This kind of sword technique is all about being casual," Xiao Jinghong reminded Zhao Congjian. Most of the time, he was the one teaching Zhao Congjian. Until now, he was already used to it and even enjoyed it. Seeing Zhao Congjian's growth gave him a sense of achievement. Zhao Congjian nodded and said, "Whatever. I feel that my mental state is still not good enough. I need to train it. Take it slow. More haste makes waste. Don't compare yourself to my revered teacher," Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Zhao Congjian agreed with him. Ever since they followed Zhou Xuanji, the pride in their hearts was completely gone. Following Zhou Xuanji, they no longer felt that they were geniuses. Rustle, 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 at this moment, the trees and bushes in front of them began to shake. A white wolf covered in blood walked out shakily. There was a young man on its back. The young man was wearing a blue shirt and had messy hair. He had already fainted on the wolf's back and was hugging the white wolf's neck tightly. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian stopped and frowned. The white wolf walked up to them and collapsed on the ground. "I beg you. Save my young master. He is the Prince of Great Chen." If you help him, the white wolf said weakly. Before it could finish its sentence, it breathed its last. Great Chen, Zhao Zongjian frowned and looked terrible. There's an enemy, Xiao Jinghong said softly. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, numerous darts flew out from the depths of the forest and cut the leaves. They were extremely fast. Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and swung, and all the darts fell to the ground. This is Haoqi Alliance's business. I advise you to stay far away, or else you will die without a burial place. A cold voice rang out. Then, dozens of black-clothed men appeared on the surrounding trees like night eagles. Zhao Zongjian snorted coldly. The other party killed them straight away. They saw that they were not weak, so they threatened them. How could they let this go? Chapter 153. Are we going to fight? Zhao Zongjian looked at Xiao Jinghong and asked softly. He did not take these people seriously at all. Xiao Jinghong nodded and said, "Leave that nascent soul fellow to me. I'll leave the others to you." Zhao Zongjian did not have any objections. The two of them disappeared almost at the same time. The battle broke out immediately. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The two of them returned to their original spot. The surrounding trees had fallen and there were bloodstains everywhere. The dozens of Haoqi Alliance cultivators had all died tragically in the forest. Their hands were full of storage rings and storage bags. Zhou Xuanji taught them well. They could not fight for nothing. They checked the items, then took out some cloth and wrapped them up. Should I save this Prince of Great Chen? Zhao Zongjian asked. He frowned slightly. It was obvious that he did not want any trouble. Xiao Jinghong said expressionlessly, "We've already saved him. What else can we do? Go. Go home." All right. The two of them hit it off and turned to leave. The blue-clothed youth lay motionless on the white wolf's back like a corpse. After returning to the underground cave, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Yu told the others about this matter. They were not too surprised by the Prince of Great Chen. After all, there was a Prince of Great Zhou here. Let's talk about it after Xuanji finishes his breakthrough. If he can't even hold on for half a month, even if we save him, he will still die prematurely in the future. Daoya old man waved his sleeves, his face full of indifference. There were many matters of life and death in the world, but how many could they care about? They had already saved the Prince of Great Chen. The rest was up to his fate. No one had any objections. Zhou Xuanji, who was covered in gold, was still sitting in the cauldron. Steam was rising from his body, and he frowned. The medicinal water around him was boiling and bubbling, which was intimidating. Another 10 days passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Soul Fountain level 7. Congratulations, sword owner, for obtaining glorious gold, Hegemon Jiu. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing him to open his eyes. Then, 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Sword name, Hegemon 9, level, glorious gold, description, the beloved sword of the Hegemon Sword Emperor of the 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword. It is invincible in the mortal world and contains the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was the glorious gold divine sword. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. No wonder the Hegemon Sword Emperor was the most famous and the last ancient Sword Emperor. After him, no other sword cultivator was recognized as a Sword Emperor by heaven and earth. He didn't feel that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was stronger than the sky-rending Sword Emperor. He only felt that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was more generous. The Sky-Sundering Emperor sword was definitely not the best treasure sword of the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. That fellow was extremely stingy, and that was why he was only able to learn 2 sword arts. The most outrageous thing was that sky-splitting Sword Emperor Wang Xiaofei had set up dozens of stages. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but despise Wang Xiaofei. He did not take out Hegemonjiu immediately. He had plenty of time in the future. He continued to cultivate and absorb the energy within the potion. Time continued to pass. 12 days later. He forcefully broke through to the first level of the nascent soul realm. Under his inner vision, a small nascent soul was condensed in his body. It had the same face as him. The spiritual qi in his muscles and bones surged into the nascent soul and condensed spiritual qi together with the golden core. His spiritual power began to skyrocket. Compared to the 10th level of the spirit spring stage, the spirit energy of the first level of the nascent soul stage was more than 10 times stronger. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the nascent soul realm. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained gold, great dream sword, evil revealing mirror, and 10 stalks of concealing grass. Golden divine sword? Zhou Xuanji was indifferent, but he was more interested in the evil mirror and the concealing grass. Great Dream Sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Great Dream Sword grade, gold description, made from an ancient bewildering rock. It can easily trap people in an illusion. Not bad. He liked to trap people in an illusion. Evil revealing mirror can reveal the true form of all evil spirits. Of course, if one's cultivation is too high, the mirror will not work. Concealing grass can make one invisible and conceal one's aura for an hour. The sword spirit introduced to Zhou Xuanji, and he was satisfied. They all have their uses. It will be much more convenient for me to travel around the world in the future. Especially the concealing grass, which can help me escape. Shortly after, he continued to realize the new stage. The effect of the potion had not ended yet, so he could continue to sit. Not far away, Daoya old man, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the rest gathered together. He really broke through to the astral infant stage. So fast. Xiao Jinghong mumbled to himself. His tone was filled with envy. Daoya old man chuckled, don't even think about it. You are not physical cultivators, so you cannot withstand the overpowering effect of the thunder core grass. He endured a month of pain and suffering. Most people would not be able to endure it. The group nodded. Their hearts were filled with admiration. In this month, they did not hear a single groan from Zhou Xuanji. His tenacity impressed them. The little black snake praised, "You are indeed worthy of being the person that I like." Chongming Demon Monarch laughed with disdain. Master, you are wrong. You are not worthy to be with us. You, the little black snake trembled in anger. If not for its lack of power, it would have fought Chongming Demon Monarch to the death. Another 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji leaped out from the cauldron. His body was golden, and bolts of lightning surrounded him. His eyes were filled with lightning, and he looked majestic. The muscles on his upper body were perfectly defined, and they were well proportioned without losing their beauty of power. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were mesmerized by him. He quickly leaped into the lake and prepared to take a bath. The lightning dispersed along with the lake water. Big and small air, who were playing in the water, were electrocuted as well. They flew out of the lake immediately and crashed into the cave wall above, almost fainting. The group saw this and burst out in laughter. Daoya old man stroked his long beard and praised, "The power of lightning. This kid is really talented in physical cultivation. He is indeed from the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. He has the demeanor of his father." Zhou Xuanji quickly walked out of the lake. With a shake of his body, the water on his body evaporated. I heard that Emperor Yan of Zhou was also a great accomplishment in physical cultivation. He could crush a mountain with a single palm strike. Xiao Jinghong said softly, and curiosity could be seen in his eyes. He really wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be in the future. Would he be like the hegemon sword emperor, suppressing an era? Zhou Xuanji put on the white dragon golden robe and opened his right arm. Jiang Shui quickly leaped into his embrace, and the group jeered. Dog food again. Damn it. I'm not convinced. The little black snake complained, and he was sent flying away by Chongming Demon Monarch's kick. The meaning of dog food was taught to them by Zhou Xuanji. After following Zhou Xuanji for a long time, they learned many new terms from Earth. Zhou Xuanji stretched his neck and smiled, I feel good. Let's go. Let's roast some wild game and take out some good wine to celebrate. How about it? Sure. Beixiao Wangjian clapped his hands and agreed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately, as though he was looking at a peerless beauty. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Huang Lianxin were the same. Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through. Next, he could teach them more powerful sword techniques. They were excited just thinking about it. The group packed up and left the cave quickly. After they came ashore, they saw a silhouette. 20 meters away, a young man in tattered blue clothes was washing his face. Zhou Xuanji and his companions suddenly barged in, and he fell to the ground out of fear. He stepped back in fear and cried out, "Don't come over. I'm the Prince of Great Chen." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "So what if you're the Prince of Great Chen?" "I'm the Prince of Great Zhou." "Yeah. I'm the Grand Teacher of the Prince of Great Zhou." Daoya old man said with a wicked smile. Chapter 154. Prince of Great Zhou? The young man in blue was stunned and stopped retreating. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, and the rest dried their clothes with their spirit energy and did not walk toward him. He came back to his senses and said, "This is Great Shang. How can there be a Prince of Great Zhou?" Great Shang and Great Zhou were mortal enemies. They could not coexist. Did a Prince of Great Zhou come to Great Shang because he was tired of living? Zhou Xuanji put his arm on Jiang Shui's shoulder and snorted, "What's wrong with you guys? There's someone nearby and you didn't even realize it. When the fire reaches your butts, will you still be sleeping?" Whenever he had the chance, he would educate his disciples and sword slaves. He felt great about it. Zhao Congjian said shamefully, "Actually, we noticed him long ago. We were the ones who saved him from Haoqi Alliance." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Haoqi Alliance? The young man in blue opened his eyes wide and cried out in excitement, "You guys were the ones who saved him?" He dashed toward Zhou Xuanji and the rest in surprise. That day, when he woke up and saw the corpses around him, he was terrified. He was looking for his benefactor in the forest, but to no avail. After that, he hid in the forest. It was not because he was stupid, but because he was too weak, he could not escape at all. There were too many powerful demons lurking around. He almost had a mental breakdown because he could survive until today. Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and pointed it at his throat. The young man was so frightened that he stopped immediately. "What are you trying to do?" Xiao Jinghong asked coldly without any expression. He was dressed in black and had a cold face. He looked so fierce and ferocious. The young man in blue trembled in fear and began to back away. He raised his hands and cried out in fear, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to thank you." Chongming Demon Monarch snorted disdainfully, "What do you have to thank me? Your flesh." After that, he suddenly turned into the head of a bull. He looked hideous and horrifying. His roar shook the forest. The young man in blue fell to the ground in fear. His pants were wet in an instant. Zhou Xuanji slapped Chongming Demon Monarch to the ground. He was so powerful now that Chongming Demon Monarch was caught off guard and fell to the ground. "You want to roar us to death?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him. Chongming Demon Monarch sat paralyzed on the ground and covered his face. At first glance, she looked like a wild wife. The little black snake laid on top of Small Fool's head and laughed loudly. It was extremely excited. Even an old man like you would have such a day. Keep working. Learn from me, don't stop. Han Shenhua shook his head and sighed, a rank 7 great demon has no dignity at all. When Chongming Demon Monarch heard this, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Daoya Old Man suddenly had a blade of grass in his mouth. He said carelessly, "Are you going or not? Let's go to the top of the mountain and roast some wild game. Don't waste time." Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew on his sword with Jiang Shui in his arms. The others followed closely behind. The group quickly disappeared on the other side of the forest. The blue-clothed youth stood rooted to the spot, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on a mountain. Chongming Demon Monarch chopped down pieces of rocks to make seats for everyone. Beishao Wangjian and Zhao Congjian went hunting. Zhou Xuanji sat down, and Jiang Shui obediently sat beside him. The others also sat down one after another. Even the three-eyed drought rodent jumped out, looking very happy. Xiao Jinghong put down the sword in his hand and sighed in amazement. Actually, this kind of life is not bad. With the sword and all of you, there's no need for conflict. Huang Lianxin nodded. She was already used to the group. She might not be used to living alone. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "Cherish it. Such days will not last long. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Sometimes, even if you don't fight, there will be people who will fight you. In the cycle of the heavens, who can escape the fate of the human world?" The group was in deep thought. These words made them feel sad and heavy. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "T. If someone fights you, it's you who deserves it." Daoya Old Man stared at him and scolded, "Brat, show some respect. I risked my life to save you." The little black snake snorted, "I don't like you either. You always pour cold water on me." Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin covered their mouths and laughed out loud. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shenhua laughed as well. Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said seriously, "You're right. You too, it's over. Be careful when you sleep next time." Daoya Old Man's beard trembled in anger, and his face turned red. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Conflict is nothing. As long as we work together, any enemy will be defeated by us." The group nodded and smiled confidently. Along the way, they had encountered many dangers, but they all overcame them. "One day, we will stand at the top of the world, and no one will dare to offend us." Zhou Xuanji's words made the group's blood boil. They all believed in this. Chongming Demon Monarch chuckled, "If there's an opportunity, we must find Xian Xianghua to settle the score. That old demonic woman always scares us. Do you know that every time before she kills someone, she will make up a story? It's always when I was young." He began to talk incessantly, and the group cried out in shock from time to time. They did not expect Xian Xianghua to be so brutal. A while later, Zhao Congjian and Beishao Wangjian returned with 3 wild rabbits and boars each. Huang Lianxin took out some firewood, while Jiang Shui cast a spell to start a fire. They began to roast the wild animals. The atmosphere was joyful, and they talked and laughed. Zhou Xuanji took out some wine and bowls and chopsticks. Each of them had a bowl of wine, and they toasted each other. Unknowingly, Chongming Demon Monarch became one with them. Although he was often beaten up, he felt that it was not bad. At least he was not lonely. In the past, when he was in his own territory, he basically slept every day. Now that he was with Zhou Xuanji, he was forced to cultivate. In Zhou Xuanji's words, his life became more active. Just when the group was talking and laughing, the young man in blue climbed up the mountain carefully. Beishao Wangjian stared at him and said fiercely, "Why are you up here? Get lost." The young man in blue cried out in panic, "I know about the Tianxia map. If you send me back to Great Chen, I will tell you where it is." Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, the Little Black Snake, and Daoya Old Man were all shocked. Xiao Jinghong frowned and said, "Tianxia map? Isn't that a legend? How can you take it seriously?" Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Zhao Congjian, and Beishao Wangjian were all stunned. "Tianxia map? What's that?" "It's true. It's because I know the whereabouts of the Tianxia map that I ended up like this. Both the orthodox and evil sects are looking for the Tianxia map." The young man in blue was anxious and quickly explained. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, "What's the Tianxia map?" It sounded very powerful. Legend has it that a long time ago, even before the Hegemon Sword Emperor, the human ancestor created the Tianxia map, which could stabilize the fate of the entire human race. Whoever has the Tianxia map can rule the world. Daoya Old Man said, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Why does it sound so immature? Han Shenbua said, every person who has the Tianxia map once unified the world. If a demon obtains it, the world will be called the Year of the Demon, and demons will bring disaster to all living beings. If a ghost obtains it, the world will be called the Year of the Ghost, like the Netherworld. Chapter 155. Could it be that demons and ghosts obtained the Tianxia map in the past and controlled the world from there? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He suddenly felt that he should understand the history of this world. However, even if he wanted to understand it, it would be very difficult. Because the historical records from 10,000 years ago were very difficult to find, they were all sealed by the various dynasties and factions. Daoya Old Man stroked his beard, a look of reminiscence on his face. It was as if he had unlocked a long-sealed memory in his mind. He said faintly, in ancient times, there were ghost emperors and demon emperors. During those chaotic times, the human race wasn't as prosperous as it is now. They were even food for the various races. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian looked at him curiously, waiting for him to continue and unveil the mysterious veil of ancient history. However, Daoya Old Man did not continue speaking. Instead, he picked up a bowl of wine and gulped it down. Motherf ***, say it. The Little Black Snake cursed anxiously. Then, Daoya Old Man struck down with a wind blade, almost cutting off the feathers on Little Air's head. Zhou Xuanji saw through Daoya Old Man immediately and said unpleasantly, "It's not that he doesn't want to say, but that's all he knows." Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. They then turned their gazes towards the blue-clothed youth. "I'm not lying. You have to believe me. I can't even protect my life now. I don't want this world anymore. I just want to live." The blue-robed youth said seriously with a sincere look in his eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch glared at him and scolded, "You speak as if this world belongs to you." The blue-clothed youth was very afraid of this fellow. He was so scared that his neck shrunk back, and he was extremely nervous. Zhou Xuanji said, "We don't have time to send you back to Great Chen. But if you are willing to wait, we will be going to Great Chen in the future, and we can bring you along." He had promised Zhao Congjian that if he were to go to Great Chen, he could send the young man in blue back, but not now. They still had to conserve their energy and cultivate diligently. When he was stronger, he would travel the world. As for how strong? Strong enough to fight Lin Guanyu head-on. If one person couldn't beat him, then a group of people wouldn't be a bad idea either. The blue-robed youth nodded vigorously and said excitedly, "I'm willing to wait. My name is Chen Bantian. I'll follow you guys from now on. Get lost. Who wants you to follow us?" Stay in the forest by yourself. If you can survive until the day we leave, then you will be qualified to follow us. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and snorted. There was no way he could take advantage of them. Chen Banshan's face instantly fell. He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you let me follow you, I will do whatever you want me to do." Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He picked up a rabbit leg and started munching on it. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted into Chen Banshan's nose, causing him to salivate. Daoya old man sized him up with a strange smile on his face. His anus tightened, and his hair stood on end. "I'll give you a mission. If you complete it, we'll take you in," Daoya old man said with a smile. The others couldn't help but feel curious. Chen Banshan's cultivation hadn't even reached the foundation establishment realm. He was a complete piece of trash, so what was the point of taking him in? "Please speak." Chen Bantian replied with a nervous expression. "I hope it won't be too difficult. Kill 10 rank 2 demonic beasts, no matter what method you use," Daoya old man said leisurely, causing Chen Banshan's expression to change drastically. Second rank demonic beast. To Zhou Xuanji and the others, this was nothing. But to Chen Bantian, it was undoubtedly a gamble with his life. Daoya old man no longer paid attention to him, and the others chatted among themselves as if Chen Bantian did not exist. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bantian turned and left. But no matter what, this was his only option. He could only take the risk. After he entered the forest, the others stopped talking. They tracked Chen Bantian with their mind. They wanted to see what this kid would do. In the end, they found this kid sleeping in the bushes. The group was speechless. Jiang Shui could not help but ask, "Is that really it? I feel that he won't live for long." This kid's cultivation was weak and cowardly, just like a girl. "Let's wait and see." Zhou Xuanji replied softly with a calm expression. Looking at Chen Bantian, he felt angry and amused at the same time. Go down the mountain to sleep? Such a strange thought process. It made him want to help this kid out somehow. Don't underestimate him. He has great potential. Daoya old man said with a mysterious smile. Chongming demon monarch said with disdain, "His potential in sleeping is indeed great. As a prince of Great Chen, you are being hunted by Haoqi Alliance. Do you think it's as simple as the Tianxia map?" Daoya old man shook his head and smiled. As he spoke, he even touched his beard. Zhao Congjian asked. He did not say. Han Shenbo sighed, "You're deliberately mystifying again. You keep us in suspense every time. So, despicable." The others did not ask further, which made Daoya old man feel bored. They continued to drink and chat. Time passed quickly. Dusk came. The group returned to the underground cave. They planned to move out the next day. It was dark underground, which could not be compared to the surface. The next day, they moved to a relatively spacious grassland in the forest. In less than half a day, they had built 7 small pavilions. For the next period of time, they continued to cultivate. Day after day. Occasionally, Chen Bantian would approach this place, but he was scared away by Chongming demon monarch. After that, this kid would hide nearby every night when he slept. It seemed that he would feel more secure when he was near Zhou Xuanji and the rest. During the day, he would try to find second-rank demons. As time passed, the group got used to his presence. On a mountain peak, a group of men in black stood there. There were about 100 of them. A tall man stood at the front. He had a full beard and wore a conical hat. His eyes were like an eagle's, and there was a tiny scar at the corner of his brow. He looked at the horizon and said, "Have you found the whereabouts of Yellow Dragon's descendant?" One of the men in black said respectfully, it should be in the forest 1,000 miles ahead. The bearded man nodded and did not speak anymore. He seemed to be thinking about something. The men in black behind him did not move either. They waited quietly for orders. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the north. They looked back and saw a white-haired man flying toward them. He wore a green robe and had his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent, and he had the temperament of a powerful cultivator. Seeing him, the bearded man and the men in black all half knelt down and bowed to the white-haired man. "Greetings, Division Leader Wang," they cried out in unison. Their tone was filled with awe. The white-haired man was a division leader of Wuxia Alliance, Wang Qixiao. His cultivation was extremely high. Wang Qixiao flew up to them and said, "Have you caught Chen Bantian? Remember, he must be alive." "Not yet, but soon." The bearded man replied, not daring to look up at Wang Qixiao. However, Chen Bantian might have already received help from powerful cultivators. "The disciples we sent last time are all dead. Their jade medallions have dimmed." Speaking of this, he was still a little worried. If the other party dared to interfere in this matter, they must not be weak. "I will go with you. No matter who it is, I will kill them. We must act quickly." Last time, Xian Xianghua attacked Chaoga Imperial City, causing chaos in Great Shang. This period of chaos is about to end. Once Great Shang discovers Chen Banshan's existence, the consequences will be unimaginable. The alliance between Wuxia Alliance and Great Shang might be broken because of this. Wang Qixiao instructed in a low voice. His eyes were filled with worry. The Tianxia map had appeared. If Wuxia Alliance could not grasp it, it would be snatched away by others. The situation of the world would change. Chapter 156. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. In the forest, Daoya old man sat cross-legged on the roof of a small pavilion. He suddenly opened his eyes and calculated with his fingers. His expression changed slightly. There's a murderous aura in the wind, and there's a baleful aura in the life diagram. This is an inauspicious sign. Could it be an enemy attack? He muttered to himself, his expression becoming solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he came to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, "Danger is coming. Should we run or prepare to fight?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "How are the enemies compared to Lin Guanyu?" The current him was not weak, so there was no need for him to run everywhere. He didn't believe that the streets were full of people who were as strong as Lin Guanyu or stronger. Of course it can't be compared, but it won't be too weak either. However, I calculate that if we face it head-on, the disaster that follows will not be inferior to the threat of Lin Guanyu. Daoya old man said solemnly. Then, he paused for a while and reminded them with a deeper meaning, "If we avoid it, we still have to leave Chen Bantian behind." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "You and I have already promised him that if he can kill 10 second-rank demons, we will take him away. What's the point of abandoning him now?" He hated people who went back on their word the most. Especially when it concerned his life. When he was captured by Xian Xianghua, he was very worried that she would go back on her word. If he hadn't said those words to Chen Bantian, he might have left right away. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. If you want to stay, then wait for the battle. As long as you think clearly and have no regrets in your heart, it's fine. Daoya old man nodded with a rare serious expression. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched and said helplessly, "Can you not make it sound like love?" What did he mean by leaving as long as he had no regrets in his heart? "Yo, you know about love at such a young age?" Daoya old man laughed mockingly. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's handsome face, he felt a little absent-minded. It was as if he was looking at the young lady Zhao Xian. "Of course I know. I started raising a wife for myself when I was 2 years old. Are you better than me? Zhou Xuanji said with disdain as he raised his brow. Jiang Shui, who was cultivating not far away, instantly blushed. The others all laughed loudly, and Huang Lianxin was laughing so hard that she was holding her stomach. She was the one who had followed Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji for the longest time and had watched them grow up. This sentence made her laugh too much. Ah! Heavens! Why wasn't I this smart when I was young? Han Shenbua beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration. Then tell me, what is your view on love? Daoya old man asked as he chuckled. Zhou Xuanji's pleased expression was exactly the same as when Lady Zhao Xian had introduced Emperor Yan of Zhou. I'm lucky to have it, but I can't lose it. Zhou Xuanji replied. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was filled with sweetness. She kept her head lowered. Daoya old man was startled. He shook his head and smiled, how domineering. After that, he warned everyone that danger was coming and told them to be prepared for battle at any time. 3 days later. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, and the others stopped training or cultivating. What a powerful aura! The other party has definitely surpassed the nascent soul realm, probably a leaving aperture realm cultivator. Xiao Jinghong said. He immediately guessed that it was a powerful enemy from Haoqi Alliance. Saying so, he stood up, drew his sword, and flew into the air. Go and wake that kid up. The sun is shining on his butt, and he's still sleeping. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. Next, Chongming Demon Monarch dashed into the bushes and picked up Chen Bantian as though he was carrying a chick. Seeing Chen Bantian's sleepy look, he was enraged. This kid claimed that he wanted to live, but judging from his look, he was already used to such a life. Usually, he did not cultivate at all. Most of the time, he was sleeping, and the time he slept was getting longer and longer. Today, he slept all the way until noon. Why didn't he just fall asleep? The others were speechless too. This kid was really a weirdo. Daoya old man was in deep thought, and a tinge of surprise flashed in his eyes. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. A powerful aura emanated from them aggressively. Haoqi Alliance's Wang Qixiao is here. Wang Qixiao's voice resounded across the sky. Next, he came up to Xiao Jinghong with his men. He looked down and saw Chen Bantian soon. Joy flashed in his eyes as he said with a deep voice, hand him over, or I will kill all of you here. I finally found him. You want to kill us? Then, you can stay. Zhou Xuanji said casually. Just when he finished speaking, Chongming Demon Monarch, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Han Shenbua charged toward Wang Qixiao. He smiled disdainfully and waved his right palm. A gust of wind whizzed out and turned into numerous wind blades that swept toward them. Chongming Demon Monarch roared. His body turned into a muscular, domineering body of 30 meters. He was a 7th rank demon, which was equivalent to astral projection. Together with Xiao Jinghong and the other two, it should not be difficult for them to defeat Wang Qixiao. The battle erupted. The men in black from Haoqi Alliance spread out. They wanted to attack from different directions to capture Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian was still in a daze and did not notice the enemy's appearance. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and numerous legendary swords appeared. He charged toward the Haoqi Alliance cultivators who came from all directions. These useless soldiers and crab generals could not withstand his legendary swords. They were stabbed consecutively, and some even died on the spot. Daoya old man shook his head and sighed, another feud. Great Zhou, Xinhao sect, Haoqi Alliance, Lin Guanyu. TSK, they are even more troublemakers than Emperor Yan of Zhou back then. The student has surpassed the master. The little black snake stared at him and roared, "Can you stop sighing? What are you waiting for?" Daoya old man waved his sleeves and sent the snake flying before attacking the men in black around him. The battle did not last long. Soon, all of Wang Qixiao's subordinates were dead. He was at a complete disadvantage against Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhao Congjian, Xiao Jinghong, and Han Shenbua. He could not retaliate at all. Actually, even without Xiao Jinghong and the other two, Chongming Demon Monarch alone could defeat him. Wang Qixiao gritted his teeth and quickly turned into a stream of golden light and fled far away. "You have offended Haoqi Alliance. You will suffer." As he fled, he cursed and threatened Zhou Xuanji and the others. Swoosh! Before he could finish his words, Hegemonjio flew over and blasted him to death. Ranged sword propelling. Killing someone from 100 miles away. Hegemonjio was a glorious gold legendary sword. It was not something that Wang Qixiao could defend against. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and Hegemonjio flew back to his hand. That is, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Beixiao Wangjian were stunned. Such a domineering giant sword. Could that be the Hegemon Sword Emperor's beloved sword? Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and said loudly, "Pick up the equipment, then pack up and head to Great Chen." Since they had already offended Haoqi Alliance, they should escape first. Haoqi Alliance was allied with Great Shang. Offending Haoqi Alliance was equivalent to offending Great Shang. Staying here would bring them endless trouble. The group had no objections and began to get busy. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Chen Bantian and kicked his butt. "Are you a pig?" he cursed. "How much longer are you going to sleep? I'm the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. I'm the Emperor of Great Chen. I'm the ruler of the world." Chen Bantian rolled over and lay on the ground. He scratched his butt and mumbled. Chapter 157. 2 hours later, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the rest had packed up everything. They surrounded Chen Bantian with strange expressions. Chen Bantian was still sleeping soundly on the ground, and he was even snoring. "What's going on? He doesn't seem right." Northern Sword Valiant frowned and asked. No matter how much he loved to sleep, it was impossible for him to be like this. Could it be that this kid ate some poisonous fruit? The little black snake came over and used its tail to slap his face. After 10 slaps, his face swelled up like a pig's head, but he still hadn't woken up. He was still dreaming about being the ruler of the world. Zhou Xuanji kicked the little black snake away and asked Daoya old man, "Tell me, what happened to him?" The old man maintained his wretched smile. His expression seemed to be saying, "Hurry up and ask me, I know." Hearing this, Daoya old man stroked his beard and shook his head, sighing, "This kid has the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon, very similar to your royal bloodline of the Great Zhou. Every dynasty has a royal bloodline. It is a talent that can only be born from the direct bloodline of the founding emperor. The Great Chen dynasty has existed for a very long time. Their ancestor was the reincarnation of the ancient Yellow Dragon. This brat is currently transforming into a yellow dragon. Of course, this process is very dangerous. He only has a 10% chance of success. If he dies, we'll be in even more trouble." Now that Chen Bantian was dead, Haoqi Alliance would completely shift their target to them. The temptation of the Tianxia map was too great. Daoya old man had lived for a long time, so he knew this very well. Zhou Xuanji said, "Chongming, carry him. It's time for us to depart. If they die on the way, we will not go to Great Chen for now. We will find another place to cultivate." Everyone nodded and began to move forward. They did not forget to cultivate along the way, especially Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Beishao Wangjian. Zhou Xuanji asked them to practice their sword techniques as they walked. Just like that, as the group moved forward, there was a person on the left, right, and the back of the group. The scene was quite artistic. Outside of Great Shang, the skies were clear. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 19 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Evil Song Sword, Silver, Dog Culling Sword, Bronze, 10,000 Firewood Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was moving forward, heard the sword spirit's voice. The corner of his mouth curled up. Another amethyst godly sword. It seemed that as his cultivation grew, so did his luck. Unfortunately, the current purple crystal was no longer at the level of the godly sword that he desired. He was looking forward to the heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, and even higher divine swords. Ordinary ore, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, Armageddon. Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, the information of the 3 divine swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wicked Song Sword grade, Amethyst, description, the Wicked Song Sword contains the Wicked Song array. Once activated, the Wicked Song can disturb the enemy's chi and blood during battle. Sword name, Dog Culling Sword, level, silver, description, killing a dog is as easy as plucking its fur. Sword name, 10,000 Firewood Sword level, bronze description, chopping firewood with this sword is like having the help of God. Zhou Xuanji blinked. The Wicked Song Sword was still fine. It was an amethyst legendary sword after all. But were the Dog Culling Sword and the 10,000 Firewood Sword serious? He was a little speechless. He felt that the supreme legendary sword system would always produce some strange swords. Unknowingly, there seemed to be a force controlling his fate, which made him not know whether to laugh or cry. He took out the 3 swords and examined them. At the same time, Daoya Old Man stood on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and observed Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian was lying on his back and snoring loudly. His mouth was drooling, and his face looked hideous. I am the ruler of the world. You lowly servants dare to meddle in politics. I am invincible in the world. You should all submit to me, come. Bring me the Tianxia map. He mumbled something indistinctly, and he was immersed in his dreams every day. Daoya Old Man rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, interesting. It seems like he might really awaken the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. I wonder if this is a good or bad thing. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji was fiddling with the 3 new legendary swords and did not notice his gaze. The royal bloodlines clash with each other. But if one of the royal bloodlines submits, it can boost the fate of the other royal bloodline. He mumbled to himself and began divining with his fingers. He wanted to calculate Zhou Xuanji's fate in the future. PFFTTT, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood, along with his saliva, splattered on Chen Bantian's face and Chongming Demon Monarch's head. Damn you! What are you doing? Chongming Demon Monarch was furious. He stopped abruptly and shook Daoya Old Man and Chen Bantian down. He quickly transformed into his human form and wiped his head with a piece of cloth. His face was filled with anger and disgust, and he felt extremely disgusted. The others gathered around him. Daoya Old Man's cultivation was the highest among them. Why did he vomit blood suddenly? He got up from the ground and pointed at Zhou Xuanji with a trembling finger. You are in trouble. He cried out in fear. You are in big trouble. With this, everyone was shocked and felt a little horrified. It was their first time seeing Daoya Old Man so terrified. Even when facing Lin Guanyu, he could still look so calm. Zhou Xuanji was frustrated and asked, "What did I do this time?" Who would be happy when someone said that he was in big trouble for no reason? Moreover, the other party was his grand teacher. I divined your fate just now. Your fate was messed up, which caused me to suffer a backlash. I've encountered such a situation twice. Daoya old man tried his best to calm himself down, but the fear and worry in his eyes lingered for a long time. Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown, who was it the last time? Dark North Monarch Tao, Daoya old man replied. He could not help but shudder when he said the name. Dark North Monarch Tao. What was that? The group was confused. Dark North Monarch Tao. You dared to divinate it. You are courting death. Chongming Demon Monarch cried out in shock as he wiped his head. His words made the group even more curious. Who was Dark North Monarch Tao? Zhou Xuanji was also curious. He sheathed his sword and walked toward Daoya old man Boom. At this moment, the plain shook violently as though an earthquake had struck. Everyone turned their heads and saw dust billowing on the eastern horizon. The ground had split open, as if something huge was attacking them from underground with great momentum. Tank! Zhou Xuanji cried out immediately. Mu, Chongming Demon Monarch roared. His body grew to a height of hundreds of meters. His horns towered into the sky, and his fur was like flames. He looked like an evil demon that charged out from hell and was extremely domineering. He punched toward the ground. Boom! The ground in front of him crumbled instantly. A horrifying force swept forward and clashed with the incoming mysterious being. Another earth-shaking explosion. A beam of black light shot out from underground like an arrow and penetrated Chongming Demon Monarch's chest. Blood splattered across the sky. Chapter 158. Seeing that Chongming Demon Monarch was severely injured, everyone's expression changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was still not tough enough. Chongming Demon Monarch descended. The black light that pierced through him turned into a ball of black gas and floated in the air. It was impossible to identify the enemy hidden within. Zhou Xuanji immediately threw out the Wicked Song sword and activated ranged sword propelling. The sword flew over Chongming Demon Monarch's head swiftly and toward the ball of black qi. The black gas was very fast and easily dodged the Wicked Song sword. There was a loud bang. Chongming Demon Monarch fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin hurried over. They did not want Chongming Demon Monarch to die just like that. May I know who you are? Daoya old man narrowed his eyes and asked. He did not expect Haoqi Alliance to act so quickly. Haoqi Alliance Right Envoy, Fang Yuan. A cold voice resounded, and like a gust of cold wind, it caused the temperature of heaven and earth to plummet. Fang Yuan. Daoya old man raised his eyebrows and said, Haoqi Alliance directly sent out the right emissary. How generous. If you die here, will your alliance master die from anger? As the black gas dissipated, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. He was dressed in a black brocade robe. His figure was emaciated, and he looked like a bag of bones. His eyes were sunken, and he had no eyebrows. There was also a scar on his forehead that extended into his hair. He stood in the air, looking down from above with an indifferent gaze. Daoya old man, I was wondering who it was that dared to oppose my Haoqi alliance. Fang Yuan said softly, his voice reverberating through the entire world. Chongming Demon Monarch covered his chest that was bleeding profusely. He gritted his teeth and said, Fang Yuan, we are in trouble now. The left and right envoys of Haoqi Alliance were among the top experts of Haoqi Alliance. The Haotian sect was so mighty in the past. Now, it has split into the Xinhao sect and the Haoqi Alliance. Neither of them has the power to reach the top. Why should we be afraid? Daoya old man said with a smile, causing Fang Yuan's face to darken. This matter was the common shame of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. After the split, they did not have the prestige of the Haotian sect in the past and became a laughing stock. Fang Yuan raised his right hand. Rumbling thunder clouds suddenly gathered, and thunder rumbled continuously. Bolts of lightning swept into his palm and condensed into a huge lightning sword. It was 100 feet long and shone brightly. An immense pressure wreaked havoc in the world, causing all living beings to feel suppressed. The wicked Song sword flew to Zhou Xuanji's head, and he took out the God Emperor sword and Phoenix Emperor sword, preparing for battle. Let me do it. How dare this kid look down on me? I'll show you the power of an earth deity. Daoya old man smiled proudly. Then, he walked up, ascending to the heavens step by step. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Daoya old man was able to stop Lin Guanyu and had the undying divine ability. In their hearts, he had always been an unfathomable figure, including Zhou Xuanji. Fang Yuan swooped down with the lightning greatsword in his hand. It was like a bolt of lightning striking down, overbearing and domineering. Daoya old man's speed suddenly increased, and he rose like a gust of wind. The two of them clashed in the air, and lightning scattered in all directions. Next, the two of them turned around and began to fight intensely in the air. They were incredibly fast, and even Zhou Xuanji could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. Looking at the battle in the sky, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, when Daoya old man bullied him, he did not retaliate. Otherwise, he would have been in a miserable state. At this moment, Chen Bantian, who was lying on the ground, convulsed suddenly. Yellow scales grew on his face, which looked extremely strange. No one noticed his condition, as they were all watching the battle. Fang Yuan's aura was powerful. The lightning greatsword in his hand was extremely powerful. As he swung it, lightning dissipated, and visible ripples could be seen in the space around him. Daoya old man moved swiftly in the air like a phantom. Their bodies intertwined and weaved in an intense manner. All sorts of spells were cast, which dazzled the onlookers. Kill! A loud shout could be heard. Black clouds flew over from the horizon in all directions, and on them stood many Haoqi alliance cultivators. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 of them. Their auras gathered together, causing the entire plain to tremble. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and all of the legendary swords appeared above his head. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword, Hegemongio, Big Dream Sword, Wicked Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, and 10,000 Firewood Sword. The divine swords hummed, and it was a magnificent sight. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian and the rest took out their weapons and prepared for battle. The little black snake laid on Little Fool's head and scolded, "That brat is still sleeping, but we have to help him kill the enemy." "What is this? I refuse to accept this." Everyone turned to look at Chen Bantian. The brat was lying on the ground, his body arched and twitching non-stop. His back was protruding, and it was extremely strange. What happened to him? Huang Lianxin frowned and asked nervously. The others were confused too, but Haoqi Alliance's army was already here, so they could not care so much. Screech, the two dragon eagles let out a long cry. They flapped their wings and soared up. The little black snake was thrown down by Little Fool and landed pathetically on the ground. He raised his head and cursed, swoosh. A sharp arrow flew toward him, and the little black snake dodged instinctively. The arrow pierced into the ground, and the shaft shook. 100,000 evil cultivators charged toward them. The group leaped up and charged in. Chongming Demon Monarch came to Chen Banshan's side and picked him up. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 sword dragon incantation. Dozens of legendary swords shot out like meteors. Strands of Ghost Emperor Qi surrounded his body and formed the silhouette of the God Emperor on his body. He leaped up and charged toward the direction with the most people. He swung the God Emperor sword with his right hand, and the sword Qi of the heavenly lights shot out. This is... He's the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Could this be the legendary ultimate sword technique, Heavenly Lights? No, there are so many legendary swords. He's Sword God Zhou. Dodge quickly. The evil cultivators scattered in fear, but hundreds of them were struck by the heavenly lights and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The demonic cultivator at the very front was directly smashed into smithereens, his body exploding. Jiang Shui swung her flaming fan, and waves of flames swept toward the evil cultivators like walls of fire. Xiao Jinghong used the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword. His sword technique was ever-changing as he weaved among the evil cultivators. Zhao Zongjian used the vibrant raindrop sword, which was equally powerful. Huang Lianxin stood beside Chongming Demon Monarch to protect Chen Bantian. Although Chongming Demon Monarch was severely injured, he was more than enough to deal with these weak soldiers. Han Shenbua fought alongside the little black snake. Of course, it was not his will. It was because the little black snake's tail was tightly wrapped around his arm. "Can you let go of me?" Han Shenbua cried out furiously as he fought. "I'm helping you." The little black snake's attitude became even worse. Chapter 159. With the God Emperor sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly powerful. Before he reached Astral Infant, he could already use the God Emperor sword to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Now, he could only be more powerful. He tossed out the Phoenix Emperor sword and grabbed Hegemon Jiu with his left hand. The Hegemon 9 was a glorious gold divine sword that came from the Hegemon Sword Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. It was recorded in the historical records as a divine weapon of the world. A layer of white light shone on the surface of Zhou Xuanji's body. It was attached to the monarch Ghost Qi, which made him look even more oppressive. With the 2 glorious gold legendary swords in hand, Zhou Xuanji felt that everything in the world was so insignificant. Such powerful strength, Zhou Xuanji thought in fascination. He looked at the God Emperor sword and Hegemon Jiu, and a smile appeared on his face. Haoqi Alliance's evil cultivators swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions. All kinds of spells were cast toward Zhou Xuanji. He raised Hegemon Jiu and swept it around. All the spells exploded, and a strong gust of wind swept out. Peerlessly domineering. Hundreds of demonic cultivators were sent flying. He raised his left hand and unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword. He slashed forward with his sword. The sword Qi was rampaging. It was hundreds of meters long, and its speed was extremely fast. 1,000 demonic cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were directly swept by the sword Qi, turning into ashes on the spot. The sword Qi continued to fly forward and disappeared into the horizon. All the demonic cultivators were frightened and retreated. Because of this, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others stopped fighting and could rest for a while. Numerous legendary swords levitated behind Zhou Xuanji. Together with the God Emperor on his body, the scene was incredibly majestic and shocking. The demonic cultivators were intimidated and did not dare to approach. "He is Sword God Zhou." The one who injured the sword monarch of Great Zhou. It really is him, no wonder he dares to oppose our Wuxia alliance. So strong, almost invincible. It feels like even Envoy Fang is no match for him. What do we do now? The demonic cultivators tightly gripped their enchanted artifacts and spoke as they backed away from Zhou Xuanji. Fang Yuan, who was fighting against Daoya Old Man, noticed this scene. The sky-dominating divine sword from before made him tremble in fear. I didn't expect Sword God Zhou to follow you. No wonder you're so fearless. Fang Yuan said coldly. There was no trace of fear in his voice. Daoya Old Man's palms shone with silver light as he laughed. What? Are you scared? He was also shocked. All the divine swords were unleashed at the same time. That kind of power was too terrifying. This kid might really have the power to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, and he might even be able to defeat the Sword Monarch. Fang Yuan did not answer and continued to fight with Daoya Old Man. Zhou Xuanji did not stop. His eyes focused, and all the divine swords behind him shot out like a group of meteors, sharp and powerful. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard continuously. The demonic cultivators were scared out of their wits and tried to dodge in panic. Unfortunately, the speed of the divine sword was even faster. The demonic cultivators screamed as their bodies were pierced by the divine swords or their heads exploded. Blood rained down like a rain of blood. Incredible! Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes, swallowed his saliva, and muttered to himself. It was the first time he had seen Zhou Xuanji use so many legendary swords. It was too domineering. If he were to go all out like this during the World Hero Conference, the duration of the conference would probably be reduced by half. No wonder he could pass the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance test. The others were extremely excited as they watched. They had watched Zhou Xuanji grow more powerful step by step, until today. Amazing! As expected of my master. The little black snake said excitedly. Han Shenhua wanted to pull it down, but he could not. Instead, his right arm was in pain. After Zhou Xuanji killed thousands of demonic cultivators, he turned to look at Fang Yuan, who was high up in the sky. Sensing his gaze, Fang Yuan's heart shuddered. This murderous aura, without a word, he transformed into a ball of black qi and flew toward the horizon. Zhou Xuanji threw out the God Emperor sword, which flashed across the plain like a stream of black light. Ranged sword propelling. But this time, his ranged sword propelling only brushed past Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan's reaction was much faster than Wang Qixiao's. He quickly disappeared at the intersection of the heavens and the earth. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The other demonic cultivators from Wuxia Alliance also fled with all their might. They wished that their parents could give them another Dantian. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, and the God Emperor dispersed. Not bad, not bad. Very powerful. Soon, you will catch up to Emperor Yan of Zhou. Daoya Old Man flew to his side and patted his shoulder with a satisfied smile. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and said, "Go and see what's wrong with that guy." Chen Banshan's convulsions became more intense. He even let out beast-like growls. Apparently, he was in great pain. The two landed quickly. Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Han Shenhua, and Zhao Congjian began to clean up the battlefield and loot the enemy's treasures. Daoya Old Man squatted beside Chen Bantian and said with a frown, "He has entered the most crucial stage of awakening. If he can survive it, he will soar into the sky." The little black snake spat his forked tongue and smiled. "It feels like when I transformed into a dragon." "You are a dragon? Why do you look like an earthworm?" Chongming Demon Monarch asked curiously. His words were like a sharp sword that pierced the little black snake's heart. This bastard knew its identity, so he purposely stabbed it, piercing its heart. He has the royal bloodline of Great Chen, and I have the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. Can I awaken? Zhou Xuanji asked expectantly. Wasn't Great Zhou very prestigious? Daoya old man rolled his eyes at him and said, your bloodline leans toward your mother. It's hopeless. But that Zhou Yalong can awaken the bloodline talent of Great Zhou's ancestor. Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji's expression turned cold immediately. Huang Lianxin's eyes were filled with hatred. After half an hour, Xiao Jinghong and the other three returned. They had collected more than 10,000 storage rings and bags. Adding up the wealth in them, they would surely take revenge. Sister, you and Lianxin will be in charge of counting. Zhou Xuanji arranged. Women love to do such things. The two girls had no objections and nodded with a smile. He walked to Chongming Demon Monarch and took out some elixirs. Heal your wounds. You are so useless. How can you be a tank like this? In the future, you will spar with me. I will help you strengthen your physique. Chongming Demon Monarch felt wronged. It was not that he was not powerful enough, but he did not know that his opponent was Fang Yuan. After that, Chongming Demon Monarch carried Chen Bantian on his back, and the group continued their journey. 3 days later. A shocking news spread across Great Shang and the surrounding kingdoms. Haoqi Alliance put out a wanted order for Sword God Zhou and claimed that Sword God Zhou was the Phoenix Sword Emperor. As soon as the news came out, it shocked everyone. The Phoenix Sword Emperor was a sword cultivator who appeared out of nowhere in Great Shang recently. He was even recognized to be on par with Great Zhou's Sword Monarch. He was also targeted by the top evil cultivator. His reputation even surpassed Sword God Zhou. No one expected Sword God Zhou to be the Phoenix Sword Emperor. The news spread to Xinhao sect and Great Zhou quickly, which caused an even greater uproar. Countless people cried out in shock. How powerful was Sword God Zhou now? Even Haoqi Alliance's right emissary could not defeat him. The world was guessing how long Sword God Zhou could live after offending so many factions. Chapter 160. 1 month later. Zhou Xuanji and the others left Great Shang and entered Jiuema wasteland again. The little black snake laid on Small Fool's head and said lazily, "Will we meet Lin Guanyu again?" Little Fool shook his head, wanting to shake it off, but to no avail. Northern Sword Valiant smiled proudly, "Master is so strong now, I think you can even fight against Lin Guanyu." A frog at the bottom of a well. Baba Blademaster's name isn't just for show. Daoya old man shook his head and laughed. After all, that was the man who defeated him. Chongming Demon Monarch said disdainfully, "Baba Blademaster is just a boast. You guys didn't see how pathetic he was in front of Xian Xianghua. He looked like he was about to pee his pants." He began to boast endlessly, causing Zhou Xuanji to roll his eyes. The unbearable one wasn't Lin Guanyu, but the old ox demon. In front of Xian Xianghua, he had never straightened his back. "Don't panic. When I become the Emperor of Great Chen, Lin Guanyu will be nothing to me." Chen Bantian walked to the back of the crowd and smiled proudly. This brat was like a completely different person compared to before. He was full of vigor, and there was a yellow dragon imprint between his brows. It was extremely mystical. After awakening the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon, his physical body had grown even taller, and his cultivation had shot up to the 3rd level of the enlightening realm, which made others envious. Forget it. With your current appearance, even if you become the emperor, no one will respect you. Chongming Demon Monarch said in disdain. Chen Bantian was furious but did not dare to say anything. Ever since he had awakened, Chongming Demon Monarch continued to bully him. In fact, he was even more ruthless than before. Although he was indignant, he did not bear a grudge. After all, these people were his saviors, and he had to keep their kindness in his heart. At the center of the group, Zhou Xuanji was telling stories to Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin. In this way, Snow White and the 7 dwarves lived a happy life. Hearing this, Jiang Shui and Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Shui waved her fist and gritted her teeth. The crown prince is too hateful. He actually colluded with the empress. Fortunately, he was defeated by the 7 dwarfs. Huang Lianxin nodded and sighed. You're right. The more handsome and noble a man is, the worse he is. Zhao Congjian shook his head. He felt that this story was ridiculous. How could there be an empress in the northern wilderness region who was jealous of the princess beauty? Xiao Jinghong flew back on his sword and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. Revered teacher, there are no traces of Xinhao sect's evil cultivators in Jiuema wasteland. I asked around, and Baba Blade Master did not come to Jiuema wasteland during this period of time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking while rubbing his chin. Now that Great Zhou, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance were all after him, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. After sending Chen Bantian to Great Chen, he still had to avenge Zhao Congjian. According to Daoya Old Man, Chen Bantian had awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. As long as the Emperor of Great Chen knew about it, he would definitely become the heir apparent. If one of the princes of the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline appeared, Great Chen would be able to usher in a golden age. According to their current speed, it would take another 3 months to reach Great Chen. Another 2 hours passed. Suddenly, a group of monks came from the west. They were led by an old monk wearing an exquisite kasaya and holding a golden staff in his hand. Daoya Old Man's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. Zhou Xuanji and the others were shocked. What was going on? Daoya Old Man came up to the old monk and laughed, "Old Baldy, long time no see." Seeing him, the old monk smiled and stroked his long beard, "Amitba. Old thief, long time no see. It must have been 20 years. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and chuckled, "The recently famous sword god Zhou is here too. Why don't you introduce me to him?" Daoya Old Man smiled proudly and waved at Zhou Xuanji and the others. A commotion broke out among the other monks. With regards to the recently famous sword god Zhou, no matter where they went, as long as there were people, they would hear about him. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and the others walked over. "This is Dongyuan Monastery's Abbot Xuanhe." Daoya Old Man introduced Zhou Xuanji with a chuckle, and the old monk nodded with a smile. Dongyuan Monastery. Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbua, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This was a sanctum. Sword God Zhou, also my grand disciple, Zhou Xuanji. Daoya Old Man hooked his arm around Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and said proudly. Xuanhe squinted his eyes and asked, "Is he Zhao Xian's son? He looks so much like her. No wonder Emperor Yan of Zhou only put you on the wanted list after you killed the Empress of Great Zhou, but he did not do it himself." Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He did not like to hear people mention Emperor Yan of Zhou. The 2 old men began chatting. It turned out that they were good friends since they were young. They had been good friends for thousands of years. One became a land immortal, while the other became a highly respected abbot of a sanctum. This was a much-told story in the northern wilderness region. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect Daoya Old Man to have such a deep network. It was a pity that the 2 old men did not mention anything about Zhou Xuanji being hunted down. "I will bring my disciples to Duantian Cliff to annihilate the remnants of Tanhua sect together with the other sections. Do you want to go together? If you participate, you can build a closer relationship with the righteous sections. In the future, it will be much easier to deal with Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance." Xuanhe looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he stroked his long beard. As a sanctum, Dongyuan Monastery could not participate in worldly conflicts. This time, it was related to Tanhua sect, so he came out. Remnants of Tanhua sect? Xian Xianghua is here too? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. This old demonic woman had such a day? Xuanhe nodded with a smile, yes, she is here. This demonic woman just massacred a city. She obtained the soul-nurturing pearl from somewhere and wants to awaken her father, the ancient Diablo. Once she succeeds, the world will be in trouble. Ancient Diablo. This name was not simple at first glance. Zhou Xuanji and the others had a subtle expression. Zhou Xuanji obtained the soul-nurturing pearl with help. If this were to spread, they would be sinners. Xian Xianghua is the top evil cultivator. Aren't you courting death if you go? Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled. He had heard of Xuanhe's fame but did not know much about it. Daoya Old Man stared at him and cursed, this little brother of mine is the top monk in the northern wilderness region. Back then, the Fury Buddha sought him out for guidance. Do you think he can defeat Xian Xianghua? 1,000 years ago, if he did not injure Xian Xianghua severely, she would not have stayed quiet for so long. The top monk in the northern wilderness region. This title was very intimidating. Amitba. It's just an empty title. Xuanhe shook his head and smiled. But why did his smile resemble Daoya Old Man's? So annoying. We will not get involved in this mess. We still have to go to Great Chen. You guys go ahead. Daoya Old Man chuckled. The soul-nurturing pearl was made by Zhou Xuanji. If they went to Duantian Cliff, Xian Xianghua would surely take it out. By then, they would have nowhere to hide. Xuanhe nodded and did not insist. The group chatted for a while before they left. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the back of Xuanhe and asked curiously, can he really defeat Xian Xianghua? In his heart, Xian Xianghua was already invincible and arrogant. Xuanhe looked amiable and approachable. He was not even comparable to the Fury Buddha. He might not be more powerful than Xian Xianghua, but at least he can put up a fight. Moreover, other than him, there are other powerful cultivators. Tanhua sect is going to fall this time. Daoya Old Man smiled and sighed. Chapter 161. There were 8 sacred grounds in the northern wilderness region that were independent of the righteous and demonic sections. Dongyuan Temple and Merciful Melody Cliff were among them. Han Shenbua was also a disciple of a holy land called the Red Shore Valley. If a new dynasty wanted to be established, it had to be approved by the 8 great sacred grounds. Your little brother is the top monk in the northern wilderness region. What happened to you? Why are you so weak? He can fight Xian Xianghua head-on, but you can't even defeat Lin Guanyu? Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, which pulled Daoya Old Man back to reality. He glared at his grand disciple and scolded, I'm weak? If I was weak, would you still be alive? You're heartless, just like your mother, an ingrate. He began to curse endlessly, his spittle flying straight at Zhou Xuanji's face. When Jiang Shui saw this, she hurriedly pulled Xian Ji back. The others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Among the group, only Daoya Old Man dared to argue with Zhou Xuanji like this, which made others not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone continued moving forward. The Tanhua sect is so powerful that even the number 1 monk in the northern wilderness region is involved? Zhao Congjian asked curiously. He felt that he had come into contact with a whole new world. Daoya Old Man walked in front and shook his head with a smile. Back then, the Tanhua sect swept across the northern wilderness region, and the ancient Diablo was invincible. All the empires had to lower their heads to him. So awesome? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He did not sympathize with Xian Xianghua. It would be best if that old hag died at the Heaven's End cliff. Xian Xianghua's existence was a stain on his life. He had never been so cowardly. The current Tanhua sect is far from what it used to be. Apart from Xian Xianghua, the rest are all detested by everyone. Daoya old man chuckled, his tone filled with emotions. This was the human world. The wheel of fortune, the ups and downs, this was the secular world. Stop sighing. Don't tell me you still want to save that old witch? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said unpleasantly. Although Xian Xianghua was charming, beautiful, and powerful, her mother was mentally ill. Even if this woman didn't die, she would be alone for the rest of her life. Who would dare to marry her? Who would marry her? Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild as he walked ahead. Next, they continued to advance. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators and demons. Those who recognized them either died tragically or fled. As long as they dared to attack, Zhou Xuanji and the others would not let them live. Other than that, they also heard that many cultivators were heading towards the Heaven's End cliff. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji cultivated along the way and reached Astral Infant Level 2. Ever since he broke through to the nascent soul realm, his cultivation speed had slowed down greatly. In fact, the growth of his spiritual power was even faster, but the higher his realm, the more spiritual energy he needed. On this day, they came to Great Chen's border and looked at the city walls from afar. Where is the Tianxia map? Northern Sword Valiant asked fiercely as he stared at Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian shouted, "Don't panic, wait for me to take it out." After saying that, he pulled open his clothes, took out a dagger, and slashed his chest. Blood splattered. This brat did not even frown. Ever since he had awakened, he had changed his cowardly nature. His potential was limitless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took out a roll of parchment from his chest. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were disgusted. The others looked interested. This kid was very interesting. He actually hid the map under his skin. This is the map recorded in the Tianxia map. This is what Haoqi Alliance wants. Chen Banshan's face was distorted as he passed the map, which was covered in blood, to Northern Sword Valiant. Northern Sword Valiant's face turned green immediately. Chen Bantian quickly healed his wounds. As he did so, he said, "Everyone, do you want to return to Great Chen with me? Although you guys always bully me, I feel that your atmosphere is real and interesting. If I ascend the throne in the future, I will make all of you officials and nobles. Whatever you want, I will give it to you." His words were very sincere. Ever since he was young, he had been staying in the royal palace. This journey made him fearful and joyful at the same time. Zhou Xuanji's story, the little black snake's annoying behavior, Daoya old man's frivolity, and so on. Everyone had their own unique characteristics, which was really interesting. You must be bluffing. With your behavior, can you become the emperor without us? You will definitely be killed by those generals. Chongming Demon Monarch said with disdain. His words did not enrage Chen Bantian but warmed his heart. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chen Bantian and said, "How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" Chen Bantian asked curiously. He had always respected Zhou Xuanji. "Let's see if I become the top cultivator first, or if you become the emperor of Great Chen first. If you win, I will give you a big gift. If you lose, you will give me one. How about it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. In the past half a year, this brat had been serving them tea and running errands for them. Seeing that he was often bullied, the group had a lot of fun. If he were to leave, it would be really worrying. This brat's temperament was not up to par. If he wanted to become the emperor of Great Chen, he could not rely solely on his bloodline talent. Okay. If I become the emperor, I will make you the sword emperor, and the people will learn from you. Chen Bantian grinned and said excitedly. Did Zhou Xuanji acknowledge him? After that, he bade farewell to everyone and ran toward the border of Great Chen. Let's find a place to rest and study the map before we decide. Zhou Xuanji looked around and muttered. The group had no objections and left. An hour later, they found a cave and went inside to rest. The sky darkened. Zhou Xuanji sat on a rock with a map in his hand. Jiang Shui sat beside him, tilting her head and looking at it curiously. I didn't expect Tianxia map to be hidden in Juadi Cliff. That's not a good place. Daoya old man frowned and muttered to himself. That's right. The place marked on the map was Juadi Cliff. Zhou Xuanji had already been to Juadi Cliff, and he did not expect to go there again. Chongming Demon Monarch said anxiously, let's not go. Xian Xianghua protected us last time, but there's no one now. Juadi Cliff was so terrifying that even the Hegemon Sword Sect, which was one of the top factions in the northern wilderness region, dared to enter. Moreover, according to his understanding, the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor was not in the depths of Juadi Cliff. I'm not human. Can't I protect you? Daoya old man was enraged. He gave Chongming Demon Monarch a kick, sending him crashing into the wall. The entire mountain shook, and dust and sand fell. Zhou Xuanji cursed, are you going to kick down the mountain and crush us to death? What's wrong? I do. Daoya old man crossed his arms and snorted in disdain. This old man was getting more and more active. He was even more mischievous than the little black snake. The group really wanted to beat him up. At this moment, footsteps came from the cave entrance. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian immediately held their swords and walked to the front, preparing for battle. Daoya old man frowned slightly and scanned with his mind. In an instant, he jumped up in fear. Oh no! He cried out softly, which made the others anxious. Chapter 162. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man in purple with wounds all over his body rushed in. When he saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, he immediately stopped. Although his hair was messy, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Tanhua Sect's thousand-hand devil, Qin Gang. Daoya old man said in a deep voice, his face full of wariness. When the others heard that he was from the Tanhua sect, they became even more nervous. Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled, the Tanhua thousand-hand devil, the butcher of the northern wilderness, Han Shenbua, Xiao Jinghong, and the little black snake were also moved. The others might not have heard of Qin Gang's name, but he was from the Tanhua sect and was definitely not an ordinary person. Daoya old man. When Qin Gang saw Daoya old man, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and glanced at the others. He gritted his teeth and asked, who is Sword God Zhou? Find Sword God Zhou? Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian narrowed their eyes and took a step forward. I am. Zhou Xuanji said. His opponent was heavily injured, so he was not afraid. Hearing this, Qin Gang suddenly knelt down and said in a deep voice, Vice Sect Leader. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were all stunned. Vice Sect Leader? Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, what do you mean? He instantly thought of something, and his expression became extremely ugly. The suzerain has ordered me to look for the vice suzerain, Sword God Zhou, since our sect is in danger of being destroyed. Qin Gang replied respectfully. What a vicious plan. He's trying to drag my grand disciple down with him. Daoya old man cursed. He was a smart person and instantly understood Xian Xianghua's intention. In the past few years, sword god Zhou's reputation had grown tremendously. Once there was news that he was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect, everyone would point their fingers at him. At that time, he would become the public enemy of the world. Humph. Our Xuanji will never become a vice sect leader. Jiang Shui snorted. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Qin Gang raised his head and said, "My sect leader did not mean that. She asked me to bring you to the old site of the Tanhua sect to obtain the ultimate divine technique and bring glory to the Tanhua sect. And she is trapped at the Heaven's End cliff, with only a slim chance of survival." At this point, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes burned with hatred. Everyone was stunned. Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes and cursed, "There must be a scheme." Everyone else was on guard. Peerless divine art? Is it the celestial devil rebirth technique? Daoya Old Man asked curiously, his tone filled with excitement. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said to Qin Gang, "You can leave. I'm only interested in the sword. I'm not interested in the ultimate energy techniques of your evil sect, and I don't like the Tanhua sect either." He felt that Xian Xianghua would not do such a thing. Therefore, he did not want to go to the old site of the Tanhua sect. Moreover, he was about to search for the Tianxia map. The Tanhua sect was more powerful than the Tianxia map? Qin Gang panicked and hurriedly shouted, "The life and death of our Tanhua sect are all in your hands. Then go to hell." Zhou Xuanji said without holding back. He flipped his right hand and took out the God Emperor sword. The Tanhua sect was cruel and ruthless, even more so than the Xinhao sect. He had seen with his own eyes how Xian Xianghua killed people on a whim. She had the heart of an animal. If such a sect was destroyed, so be it. Just when Qin Gang wanted to continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji walked over with his sword, which frightened him so much that he immediately ran away. If he wasn't severely injured, he might not be afraid. But now, he was definitely not a match for Zhou Xuanji. After Qin Gang left, the group heaved a sigh of relief. What is Xian Xianghua trying to do? Could it be that she really wants to hand the Tanhua sect over to our master? Even if it's true, she can't accept it. The Tanhua sect is an existence that the world cannot tolerate. Once she accepts it, even the gods cannot protect her. Do you think that Xian Xianghua will die just like that? It's hard to say. Isn't there a saying, "A scourge lives for 1,000 years"? The group began chatting, while Zhou Xuanji stored the God Emperor sword and sat on the ground in deep thought. He was worried that Xian Xianghua would tell the world that he was the vice suzerain. Even if there was no evidence, it would still arouse suspicion. Moreover, Great Zhou, Xinhao sect, and Haoqi alliance were still keeping an eye on him. Jiang Shui sat beside him and held his hand. She did not say a word and just accompanied him quietly. Seems like we need to leave as soon as possible. It's best if we can find a place to continue our cultivation. This is just the beginning. Daoya Old Man walked up to Zhou Xuanji and sighed. He sighed in his heart. Everyone said that beauties were the source of trouble, and even heroes would attract trouble sometimes. Xian Xianghua had met so many people, and there must be people who were more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Why did she keep an eye on him? She even instructed him in private. This must not be simple. Let's go to Great Chen first. Tomorrow, we will find a place to hide. I will bring Zhao Congjian into Great Chen. Zhou Xuanji muttered. Daoya Old Man nodded. He was confident that he could deal with Qin Gang. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a hidden valley. Daoya Old Man stood on the mountain wall. He was planting flags and preparing to set up a spell formation to conceal the valley. You must come back as soon as possible. Understand? Jiang Shui tidied Zhou Xuanji's clothes as she instructed him. Zhou Xuanji smiled, "Don't worry. Great Chen will not put me on the wanted list." Jiang Shui nodded. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was already half a head taller than her, her eyes were filled with affection. A while later, Zhou Xuanji left with Zhao Congjian. The two of them traveled quickly through the forest. Only after they left the forest did they fly toward Great Chen. "Are you still in love with her?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a teasing expression. It turned out that when Zhao Congjian was young, he lived with his mother in Great Chen. Back then, he had a childhood friend, and the two of them stayed together for 8 years. Back then, he was already a famous genius in Great Chen. Because of his family, he had to return to Great Zhou. From then on, he appeared out of nowhere and reached Inner Pellet at 18 years old. He and his childhood friend often exchanged letters, but somehow, they broke off. After that, his parents returned to Great Chen to visit their family. He asked his mother to find out about this, but his entire family died in Great Chen's territory. After this, his entire personality changed. A cultivator from his family escaped and found him. He said that although he did not know who the enemy was, the enemy claimed that he hated him and wanted him dead. The enemy warned him not to enter Great Chen again, or else he would be destroyed. Zhao Congjian thought about it and felt that this could only be related to the person he cared about. After all, he had no friends or enemies in Great Chen. "My heart is as calm as still water. I only want to know who the murderer is." Zhao Congjian shook his head and said calmly. The two of them leaped over mountains and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, a man in black appeared on the peak of a mountain. He took out a scroll and spread it open, letting it float in the air. He then drew on the scroll with his finger. Red words appeared on it: "Sword God Zhou entered Great Chen without Daoya Old Man." After he finished writing, he kept the scroll and injected his spirit energy into it. The scroll turned into sparkles of light and dissipated in the air. He turned to look at the direction where Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui disappeared and mumbled, "Sword God Zhou, Great Chen will be your downfall." Chapter 163. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Congjian entered Great Chen with their real names. Great Chen's border customs entrance fee was slightly lower than Great Zhou's. The two of them flew into Great Chen's territory without any obstructions. The city they were heading to was near the imperial city of Great Chen, and it was called River Willow City. River Willow City had a population of several million and occupied a vast area. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the river flowed through the center of the city. Countless creeks and streams were like the branches of trees, running through the entire city. The weather here was like spring all year round, and it was one of the more famous cities in Great Chen, as well as a trading center. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji spent 4 days before arriving at full speed. Standing on the hill and looking at the majestic city in front of him, Zhao Congjian was in a daze. After all, he had grown up here. "No matter what the truth is, no matter what you want to do, don't hold back. I will support you," Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at River Willow City. Zhao Congjian nodded and took a deep breath. "Thank you, master. Let's enter the city." He had to get to the bottom of this blood feud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to focus on it. The two quickly entered the city. After entering the city, Zhao Congjian went to investigate alone, while Zhou Xuanji wandered around. He was prepared to buy some gifts for Jiang Shui, as well as wine, food, silk, and cloth. They spent most of their time in the wilderness and rarely entered the city. Once they entered the city, they would buy a lot of things. Right now, he was very rich, equivalent to the annual income of half a dynasty. The previous wave of Haoqi Alliance's army had multiplied his wealth many times over. River Willow City was bustling. The streets were crisscrossed, and willows could be seen everywhere. By the river, at the corner of the walls. Zhou Xuanji somehow thought of the along the river during the Qingming festival painting. He became happy and wandered around. "Young master, come in and play." That's right, that's right. Young master, the girls in our brothel are very beautiful. Come on. Handsome young man, have you ever tasted a woman? When he passed by a brothel, the common women at the entrance began to greet Zhou Xuanji passionately. Zhou Xuanji was a bit tempted, but he turned and left in the end. He had to keep himself clean. Meanwhile, Zhao Congjian arrived in front of an abandoned mansion. Looking at the slanted signboard, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to step in, an old man wearing shabby clothes walked out. The old man had a stooped figure, a head full of white hair, and a face full of vicissitudes of life. "Masterly," Zhao Congjian said. Hearing this, the old man froze and subconsciously raised his head. As soon as he saw Zhao Congjian, his expression changed drastically. He quickly walked in front of Zhao Congjian, grabbed his arms and asked nervously, "Young master. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you not to come back?" Zhao Congjian said expressionlessly, "I came back to investigate what happened back then, and to take revenge." Master Li hurriedly pulled Zhao Congjian into the mansion and closed the door. After entering the mansion, the two of them quickly entered the courtyard. Chief Li sighed and said, "Don't take revenge. You won't be able to. The person who destroyed our clan was the crown prince of Great Chen." Zhao Congjian was not surprised. After all, his mother's family was not an ordinary family. His entire family was annihilated, but it did not cause any disturbance. The culprit must be a high-ranking official. Why is he targeting me? Is it because of Ming, Zhao Congjian asked. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. He followed Zhou Xuanji and even killed the Empress of Great Zhou. Naturally, he did not take the crown prince seriously. Master Li sighed and said, "It's Miss Ming, She has already become the crown prince's concubine. If she didn't insist on protecting me in this residence, perhaps you wouldn't be able to see me." Zhao Congjian frowned. His heart ached. It's not that Miss Ming, is willing to marry him, it's because he is the current crown prince. With one sentence, he can marry anyone he wants. Uncle Li explained. He felt sorry for this couple who were in love with each other. The affairs of the world are unpredictable, and there are many things that people can't control. I understand. I don't blame her, but I must take revenge. Zhao Congjian nodded calmly and turned to leave. "Young master, you," just as Uncle Li was about to persuade him, Zhao Congjian disappeared with the 8-step sword steps. Next, Zhao Congjian did not go straight to the crown prince's residence but to look for Zhou Xuanji. He was not a fool. If he wanted to kill the crown prince of the Great Chen, he alone would not be enough. He must ask Zhou Xuanji for help. However, River Willow City was so big, and it would take some time to find Zhou Xuanji. In a courtyard, a young man in a golden shirt was practicing his sword art. 6 ladies were chatting happily in the stone pavilion beside him. 3 of them were maidservants, and they were fanning their masters. At this moment, a soldier appeared out of nowhere. "Your Highness, I have a key to report." The soldier cupped his fist and said. He glanced at the stone pavilion beside him instinctively and quickly looked away. The young man in a golden shirt sheathed his sword and asked, "What's the matter?" The soldier was silent and did not reply. "Follow me," the young man in a golden shirt said. After that, he left with the soldier. Why did His Highness leave? In the stone pavilion, a pretty lady with an oval face curled her lips and asked. The quiet lady who sat in the middle frowned slightly and said, "It might be a military intelligence." Recently, the demons have been stirring up trouble in Great Chen. As the crown prince, he naturally has to worry about it. On the other side, the crown prince came to the side palace with his soldiers. He sat on the main seat and asked, "What's the matter?" "Someone is approaching the Lu clan's residence. It's the young master of the Zhao clan." The soldier replied respectfully, "Our men captured that old man and asked him. We learned that the young master of the Zhao clan is here to take revenge." "The young master of the Zhao clan?" The crown prince sneered and said, "He wants to take revenge on me? Interesting. I want to kill him. Let him come. If you find him in the city, don't stop him. I want him to see the woman he loves in my arms and then die with regret." As the crown prince, he would not allow his woman to have other men in her heart. "Yes." The soldier replied and was about to leave. "Where's the old man?" The crown prince seemed to have thought of something and asked. "He's dead." The soldier answered honestly. The crown prince nodded in satisfaction and continued to leave. After he left, the crown prince of the Great Chen slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. "It's that brat again. This time, I'll make Ming-er give up completely." The crown prince said with his teeth clenched and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness, bad news." At this moment, an old servant ran in with a face full of fear. The crown prince said impatiently, "What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss?" The old servant knelt in front of him and said, "His Highness has returned. He has even awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. His Majesty is very pleased and made him the heir apparent. He asked the imperial preceptor to teach him documents and the state general to teach him cultivation." Hearing this, the crown prince stood up. He roared angrily, "How is this possible? Why didn't you inform me? What does father mean? Is he going to skip me, the crown prince? Also, wasn't that brat captured by the Haoqi alliance? Why is he back? He has really awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon?" Chapter 164. I'm not sure. Eunuch Zhang from the palace is already here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. The old servant knelt on the ground and said as he trembled. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his servants and dogs rise to the heavens. If the status of the crown prince of the Great Chen dynasty were to fall, it would affect everyone in the crown prince's residence. The crown prince tried his best to calm himself down and walked out of the side hall. A huge storm was about to engulf Great Chen. Outside the royal capital of Great Chen, the sky was cloudless. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian walked slowly. Someone followed behind them. It was Tanhua sect's Thousand Hands devil, Qin Gang. "Vice Suzerain, why are you going to the Great Chen Empire?" Qin Gang asked respectfully. This guy had mostly recovered from his injuries. Although he had changed into a white robe, it could not conceal his terrifying demonic aura. "None of your business. Stay away from me. I'm not your vice suzerain," Zhou Xuanji said impatiently. Why was this guy like a glue that could not be shaken off? "The suzerain asked me to follow you and protect you. We will rebuild Tanhua sect together," Qin Gang said with a passionate look on his face. He suddenly cried out, "Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades." Zhou Xuanji slapped him straight away, but he dodged it nimbly. "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Xuanji cursed. "Your Tanhua sect has become the target of scorn, and you still have the cheek to shout. You don't want to live?" Qin Gang said seriously, "Although Tanhua sect has declined, we must not lose our pride. Vice suzerain, you must do the same. Keep your pride and unyielding character." "Lunatic." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Is everyone in Tanhua sect crazy?" Zhao Zongjian was speechless too. But he could not defeat Qin Gang, so he could only remain silent. I'm going to kill Great Chen's crown prince. If you follow me and are exposed, you will die in the royal capital. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to speak calmly. Having heard him, Qin Gang was fearless and said, I must protect the vice suzerain. Or else, if the suzerain dies at Duantian Cliff, I will not have the face to face the suzerain. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. This guy looked serious, but why was he chattering like Xuanzang? He was just short of chanting scriptures. And so, the three entered the royal capital together. After asking around, they headed towards the crown prince's residence. Along the way, they heard many rumors about the new crown prince, Chen Bantian. The royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. He had suddenly returned. Become the heir apparent. Chen Bantian had become an influential figure in Great Chen, just like when Zhou Xuanji was in Great Zhou. Good lad, he might really become the emperor of Great Chen in the future. Zhao Congjian sighed. Thinking of the sleeping young man who used to follow behind them, he felt gratified and proud. Qin Gang asked curiously, Do you know the crown prince of Great Chen? The two did not reply. They had yet to acknowledge Qin Gang, so why would they say so much to him? 2 hours later. They found the crown prince's residence. The crown prince's residence was surrounded by a circle of soldiers, each of them dignified and fierce. The three of them stood at the corner of the street and observed silently. Let's go and seek justice. Zhou Xuanji took the lead and walked forward, followed by Zhao Congjian. Qin Gang wiped his face with his right hand and his face changed. He became ordinary and unremarkable. It would be hard to find him in a crowd. When they arrived at the gate, they were stopped by 2 soldiers. The crown prince's residence is not to be entered. One of the tall soldiers said with a deep voice. His face was filled with impatience. Recently, the crown prince's residence had become the joke of the entire Great Chen. As guards, they were embarrassed. Tell your crown prince that Zhao Congjian is looking for him. As long as you tell him his name, he will surely come out. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He did not take out his legendary sword, nor was he afraid of blowing things up. According to his understanding, there was no particularly powerful person in Great Chen. The most powerful person was the emperor of Great Chen. But with Chen Bantian, it was not a problem. To put it bluntly, he did not take Great Chen seriously at all. How many wars had Great Chen bowed down to Great Zhou? Who do you think you are? You can meet the crown prince whenever you want. The tall soldier said impatiently. As he spoke, he was about to push Zhou Xuanji. I'm here. At this moment, the crown prince's voice came from the residence. He walked out with a group of soldiers with a majestic gait. He was still wearing his luxurious golden outfit and had a proud smile on his face. He walked to the gate and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 from the stairs. You are Zhao Congjian, right? I didn't expect you to dare to come here. Do you want to accompany your dead family members? The crown prince laughed presumptuously. His words were filled with sarcasm. Zhao Congjian heard him and his face turned cold immediately. Before questioning, the other party admitted it directly. How could he not be angry? Or do you want to see Ming-er? Ming-er gave birth to 2 children for me. Are you envious? The crown prince asked provocatively, and the surrounding soldiers surrounded him. Do your 2 children look like Congjian? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Having heard him, the crown prince's smile froze immediately. Qin Gang could not hold it and burst out laughing. You are seeking death. I will kill you first, then torture him slowly. Guards! Attack! The crown prince cried out furiously. The soldiers who were close to him drew their swords and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Swoosh! Swoosh. Swoosh, Zhou Xuanji took a step forward. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him and charged toward the soldiers around him. These soldiers did not have high cultivation and could not withstand his legendary swords at all. Blood splattered. The soldiers' throats were slit by the legendary swords and fell to the ground. Your Highness, be careful. A black-robed old man behind the crown prince quickly pulled him back. At this moment, the hundreds of soldiers around him were all lying in a pool of blood. All the legendary swords turned around and pointed at the crown prince. You dare to attack under the emperor's feet? You are too arrogant. The crown prince of the great Qin dynasty was frightened, and he roared angrily. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the chicken-slaying sword appeared in his hand. He snorted coldly, "Brat, you are in big trouble now. Today, I will let you taste the horror of death." He walked toward the crown prince with his sword. The black-robed old man dashed forward and slapped toward him with his right palm. Zhou Xuanji raised his left palm and met the old man's palm. The two palms met, and the two began to compete in spirit energy. The ground beneath their feet crumbled immediately. Boom! Zhou Xuanji took 4 steps back, while the black-robed old man took 1 step back. Humph! A mere astral infant cultivator wants to harm the crown prince? The black-robed old man said with disdain. He was at astral projection and had watched the crown prince grow up. Naturally, he had to attack. But Zhou Xuanji's swords shocked him. So many swords, could it be impossible? How could sword god Zhou only be at astral infant? Zhou Xuanji smiled. All the legendary swords gathered above his head. An immense pressure exploded, shaking the crown prince's residence and the nearby streets. Stop him for me, Zhou Xuanji said. After that, he walked forward. The black-robed old man slapped toward him again. At this moment, Qin Gang moved. As though he teleported, he came to the black-robed old man's side. He swung his right arm and struck the old man's throat. Bomb! The horrifying force threw the black-robed old man onto the ground. His legs were facing the sky as he smashed onto the cracked ground. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.